team. So we have University of Washington against UMass, University of Massachusetts. So let's clap as they march in. Go ahead, give them a round of applause, please. So our competition will be 4 singles followed by a doubles. The team with 3 wins wins the round. We will complete all 4 singles matches. So our head umpire is Steve Lee. Our assistant umpire is Linda Leaf. Our players, University of Washington, Michael Whitmire. University of Washington, Sahil Paree. University of Washington, Eric Jang. University of Washington, Boykin Ip. And from University of Massachusetts, we have John McDermott, Daniel Jang, George Way, and Vera Sirvajan. All right, thank you. Let's get her on.
Welcome to Round Rock. We are at the 2022 Collegiate National Championships. We're really excited to be back after a 2-year hiatus. And I'm here with Matt Hetherington for this first preliminary round of the Coed teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match. It's been so long since I've been in the booth. It's really fantastic to be back, and it's great to see college back in full swing. Of course, we've got UMass Amherst and Washington, University of Washington here. And Sahil Puri and Daniel Jung playing. I know a little bit about Sahil. He's been quite a prominent player through his junior years on the west coast of the United States. He's won a lot of gold medals out in the Bay Area. So it's always really good to see those players getting into college and kind of staying in the sport.
Red, he's calling red. Oh, but that was a lousy. First one of the...
It's like Linda's had a bit of a hiatus as well.
Better. It's red.
Always great to see our officials back
Who's going to serve first? Do you have your choice of
as well.
For those who are new to college table tennis, we will play 4 singles matches. And we will play all 4 regardless of the result. And then if there's a decider, we'll also play a doubles match. The format is unique to college table tennis and allows for a lot of experience and play for our players.
Of course, with college national champs, we have a few days of action-packed matches, starting with the co-ed teams, women's team events, then the singles and doubles individual events. That'll end with the singles finals on Sunday.
And the team final tomorrow night on Saturday. We have over 200 athletes, 24 co-ed teams qualified through their divisionals and regionals. And I'm really excited to be back.
I think that's one thing I've always loved about college is the structure of the, you know, playing those two divisionals and then qualifying for regionals and then qualifying for nationals. It's just, for me, it's a winning structure. It really gets the kind of spirit of we really earned our place here. And I think it makes the teams and the players more energetic and more, you know, I mean, even when we got here this morning, we heard teams doing kind of like cheers and pump ups and stuff. It's great.
Matt, you have seen Sophie play since he was younger. Tell our viewers a little bit about, you know, how did people get to this stage even before college?
I mean, he's been through different clubs on the West Coast, ICC, Spartan, which is now AAA San Jose. I believe he's still training there. Just a lot of hours of grafting and group training and coaching. And that's one thing we'll be seeing a lot of. I think quite a strong service game. Deceptively, it looks like a simple serve, but he gets a lot of spin variation and masks it quite well.
These are also the first matches of the tournament. And players are going to spend a little bit of time feeling each other out, especially in that serve variation.
I think especially when you're coming into these events for your first match, the first opening is really where you have to lock down. Sahil's struggled with it a little bit so far. Whereas David Zhang seems to be taking it a little bit more steadily on his first opening. It's a 5-2 lead.
Sahil is making quite a slow comeback in this first game. Now those opening shots are hitting. And he'll need that throughout the rest of the match.
Some good service variation from Zhang as well. He's got quite a nice kind of high toss serve. I think especially in the opening game, we'll see a lot of top side spin.
And Zhang getting ready for it, getting used to it now. And now we'll go back to the variation from before.
So from a 5-2 lead, it's now 6-6. A little bit high on the serve there. Of course, it's also difficult to play your first match on the live stream as well. So Sahil Puri kind of settling into his rhythm a little bit.
It's definitely the more aggressive player.
of service error there. Still, Puri's won 7 out of the last 9 points. Still holds a 2-point lead.
A lot of long serves coming from Daniel Zhang. And now they worked in the beginning. But now with Puri's forehand hitting, it's a little harder. I have to say that Washington is the heavy favorite.
Yeah, they're the eighth seed in the Coed team event against UMass. It's the 20th seed. But a good fight from Daniel Zhang in the first game. I think, especially towards the first half of the game, while Sahil was kind of warming into it, he got away a little bit more with the long serves. Saw a few more opening errors from Sahil, and it's going to be interesting coming back to see if he can control the serves a little bit tighter. Otherwise, he might find it a little bit difficult to, I mean, if Sahil's initiating the rally first, it's a little bit hard to play against him. So
A defensive strategy is really challenging.
yeah.
UMass Amherst is the 20th seed, but this is their first time qualifying for nationals.
Oh, that's great.
And it's very exciting for them to be here, to be on the live stream. And they've developed quite the social media following only in this last year.
So Sahil's going to start with the serve for game 2. Puri starting off with heavy backspin this time. You can see just the amount of disguise he gets on the serve. Being able to serve no spin or topspin variation while hitting the bottom of the ball. And great to see Zhang coming out here with a shorter, tighter serve.
That has really been the change coming into this game. Oh, it's a nice return by Daniel.
Got a good wide angle on that ball too. He's definitely going to need to stay away from those long serves. Even serving towards the corner, Sahil's still, I mean, once you've trained that much, it's not a difficult ball to deal with.
You really see Sahil as a junior training in a lot of his motions and movement. Very quick around the corner.
I think it's 6-2. I believe it's 6-2 to Sahil. Getting a lot of points off the serve. It's definitely the strong point for Puri.
You can watch Puri try to step around almost every point. Clearly favoring his forehand, clearly favoring that as the strength.
Yeah, he has a very smooth forehand opening. Gets a lot of good rotation on the ball. Comfortable step around there.
Yeah. I'd like to see Daniel Zhang play short again, but also move the serve out of that backhand corner.
Yeah, definitely.
Sahil getting a lot of rotation on those heavy underspin serves.
Tries to go long and fast down the line. Just misses the end of the table.
I bet we'll see that again in the next game.
Zhang coming across to the forehand side to serve there. It's good to see him trying different things. I think he's certainly making an effort to try and find some tactics that'll work. I think in the next game it will be good to see him, like you said, bringing the serve away from the backhand, maybe trying to go short to the forehand. I haven't really seen him pressure Sahil into having to backhand open. So if he can get him away from the backhand side first and then try playing long across, maybe he can stop him from stepping around. But Sahil's looking pretty confident so far. I haven't really seen that many errors from him, especially through the second game.
That's right, Sahil dominant on his serve. Not only with the forehand attack, but just serving very heavy rotation where he'll win directly. And that's almost enough to give you the game.
So Zhang will be starting with the serve. Came out serving differently last time after being at the bench with his teammates. We'll see what he brings to the table to start game 3.
Short serve is the right choice to open.
Yeah, he looked like he pulled it a little bit across towards the middle. But still mostly a cross-court angle. Tips the net there. I think one of the things that's giving him trouble with the serve receive is just taking the ball too early. Having his racket kind of on the table, that's going to help Sahil getting the pop-up that he wants from the serve.
And now Sahil changing the spin, changing the speed, and very, very dominant when he serves.
It's
There
a
you
nice
go.
little serve variation.
Yeah, forcing Sahil to use his backhand more.
I like seeing that. I like seeing him go for that ball. I think he needs to try and open more. He's getting opportunities when the ball's long.
Just like that, that's also a really good return, variation return.
Yeah. Nice job controlling the spin. Even on the second ball as well. Placement was a little bit too forehand oriented for Sahil. Wow.
That was
That's
awesome.
a fantastic shot.
And Sahil Puri looking so loose. That's a great start for him in this entire tournament to feel this confident in the first match, getting all those forehands on.
Yeah, definitely. And that might be the first backhand opening we've seen. It's going to give him a 9-2 lead in the third game. Another one to follow up. It's going to give him a handful of match points here.
And again, College Hill has 4 singles and 1 doubles. The team used to win 3 matches. And here, Sahil Puri takes the first point, the first match, for the University of Washington. And that'll give them a 1-0 lead as they prepare for the next set of singles matches.
Yeah, I think overall a tough match for Daniel Zhang, but it was great to see him changing things up and trying to find some tactics. He's coming up against someone who's obviously very experienced, even outside of the college table tennis circle. And but a great match from Sahil. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And efficiency was kind of the key of great serves and follow-ups. And that'll be a good start for him.
An important point for Washington as I think their very first round match. We're not quite sure which way it will go.
Of course, we're streaming on a few tables here at College Nationals. This team match is being played on both tables 1 and 2. Right now over on table 1, Michael Whitmire and John McDermott are playing, but we're going to have another match here in a few moments to continue this first opening match of the Coed team event. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, gentlemen. This is the third single, so
We are now getting ready to start the third singles for our first round preliminary match in the Coed team event.
All right, gentlemen, let me see if I can do a better job on it.
Eric Zhang from
With some first look at it.
Washington and George White from
One's
the
red, one's
University of
blue. Who's
Massachusetts
gonna call it?
Amherst. And as they just concluded the match on table
He's
1,
calling red.
the teams are 1-1 tied. And so
red.
these next
Your
two
choice.
matches are critical for them.
Okay, he chooses to
This
receive.
is a
Okay. You're
that
serving
match, big
one
result
end.
for
He chooses that end of the table.
UMass. 20th seeds in the Coed event. I'm sure they would love to get a good start in this tournament by upsetting Washington. So Eric Zhang in the purple on the near side. George Wei on the far side wearing the black shirt.
And this is UMass Amherst's first trip to the Collegiate Nationals. And again, very excited to see them progress. They're doing a pretty good job, 1-1, that opening split of singles matches.
Of course, it's great to be back at the Round Rock Sports Center. Last time it was here was in 2018. Which feels like a very long time ago. But a great venue for college table tennis. Both players warming up here. Looking fairly technically sound. It's kind of hard to tell so far who might have the upper hand once the match actually starts.
This one looks to be pretty even.
So George Wei will be starting off with the serve.
Oh, great opening rally. This is going to be a big fight coming up.
George Wei off to a pretty good start. Already looking quite confident with his shots. Confident and balanced. Great half-long push there.
There's a lot of energy coming from the UMass Amherst group. They are the 20th season, is their first time here, but every person you speak to, they are ready to do better than their seed. They're ready to own the event here.
Yeah, they're a fiery team, that's for sure. Another half-long serve, so George Wei finding some success with the half-long ball. You can hear the team support already. I know they were thrilled when they won the regional. I think they won the regional or the divisional. Goes for the big forehand. Definitely earned this lead by taking his shots, not showing any sign of being tentative or hesitant.
UMass Amherst will play very, very confident.
I think that team spirit really helps them get pumped up just straight from the first point. Looks like Wei's really picking on that backhand corner to start off. And Eric Zhang switching from corner to corner there. Great, great nerve held there.
Nice
Yeah,
serve.
hella half-long serve. It was a great serve.
Nice serve. You know, we asked the players to tell us a little bit about themselves, and showing UMass Amherst's confidence and their excitement for being here, told us that UMass and I will pull above our weight, so watch out.
I believe it. Nice, really good decisiveness on serve receive. I think has been a pretty big factor for George Wei in the first game so far. So he's going to have 4 game points.
Refocus and taking a little bit of time before this next serve.
Managed to do a good job of returning that, but I think we might see some pretty big power forehands from Eric Zhang. He's made a few errors in this first game, but we could be in a similar situation as with Sahil, you know, just getting those unforced errors out of the way in this first game. Game 2 is going to be pretty interesting, but game 1's starting to look a lot closer. And George Wei takes the first game.
That was really kind of exciting to watch. I think we'll see again in the next game Eric Deng pulling those big forehands. You can see him trying in this game.
Yeah.
A little frustrated.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I noticed throughout the first game was that his technique looks very refined. I think there's definitely some potential for him to really step up a few notches in the next game and the games moving forward. He just looked a little bit shaky on the half-long. I think he probably lost 3 or 4 points against half-long serves, half-long pushes. But there's definitely an opportunity there. Sometimes when he's played, you know, when he's pushed or played backspin, George Wei's still pushing the ball back. So he's giving them the opportunities. He just wasn't really able to capitalize on them, especially in the first half of the game. But he seemed to get some momentum. Both players playing pretty well in the second half of the game. George Wei will be stoked to get that first game under his belt. And we'll see if he can capitalize on that in game 2.
We'll have to watch how Eric plays a lot in this second game. Because I think the more shots you make, the more confidence you have, but the same thing, the more you miss, the harder it will be.
Absolutely.
As the match goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I think his service game looks pretty solid. You know, most of the serves are tight and low to the net. Just needs to get those follow-ups. So far, George Wei looks still in command of the table overall. Again, the half-long. Looks like he's sticking with that backhand corner placement. Nice top spin opening.
A lot of variation coming out of Eric this time, and now maybe taking his own more defensive approach.
Yeah, I think he's probably trying to just focus on keeping the ball in play, getting the ball on the table a bit more. Still struggling with those openings. They're definitely there, though. The ball's right there for him to take, and he's in position as well.
It's really tough for that first match of the competition.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely some pre-match, first match nerves, rather. But I mean, that's the biggest weapon for UMass, is to you know, have an intimidating presence. Great serve return.
They're bringing all the confidence, and they're just sucking the confidence away from their competitors.
So the long pushes for the backhand, a lot of the time he's getting a push return. Definitely struggling with those forehand openings, long receives. And miss serve. Yeah, he's got to be feeling the pressure.
That's right. And again, these two critical matches for both teams. The team match can be won or lost, and these two matches are happening right now.
And that was a great play for him. You know, I mean, the ball height was a little bit higher than the net, like higher than usual, but he's just got to focus on the spin and get the first ball in play.
There's that first hit.
Yeah.
First hit.
I mean, for him, I think if he can be steady and just start to slowly build that confidence back up, definitely change the tide. But even a shot like that, you can tell just not having the confidence to loop that ball.
Oh, and then having George Way get that beautiful block.
And especially on game point as well. So 11-6, and George Way from UMass takes a 2-0 lead.
And they are really, as they predicted, going above their seed. I mean, on paper, this looks like it would be a rollover for Washington. And now this is a big, big fight. Choose early is very commanding in a best of 5.
I think there are some just really small things that Eric can do to help turn it around. I mean, there's a lot of things that are kind of telegraphed. You know, when he's pushing or playing long backspin to the backhand, he's getting a push back. He has those opportunities to open. He's just got to slow it down, get the first ball in play. I don't think he's going to run into too many like heavy counter attacks if he spins the first ball. So really, it's, you know, these first matches are tight serve, first opening, and a good follow-up. A lot of the time, you're in a good position.
If you look at Eric's technique, it's so well trained, so tight. And I think he can just go, like you said, a little softer, a little more consistent, get ready for a longer rally.
As long as he doesn't go too soft. I think doesn't want to end up floating the ball on the table.
Like that was a very, very nice shot by Eric.
Great long serve. He's been hitting that backhand corner pretty precisely. Wow.
George really coming into his own in his aggressive game.
Really not afraid to go after those forehand counters. I mean, when you have 2 games under your belt already, it becomes a little bit easier to relax.
There we go. That's an awesome forehand from Eric. And I think for Eric's backs against the wall, I got to go for them. They have to hit, though. I have to get them on the table, but it's time to go for them.
Some great service variations. Kind of looks like he's cutting the follow through short a little bit. You can just tell there's a hesitance there. You know, maybe it's a little bit of nerves, or and a lucky break's not going to help him. It's going to give an 8-3 lead to George Way.
I think George probably has it in the bag.
Yeah, he certainly, he looks in control, but you never know. Interesting thing about table tennis is that turning points happen anytime. I've seen people lose from 10-0 up. It's a wild sport.
You see, Eric just hasn't found his forehand throughout this match. And it could be this opening match jitters, could be first match of the event.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, he looks technically sound, just seems to be struggling with consistency.
or 5 match points for George. And he takes it. That gives UMass Amherst a 2-1 lead.
It's a huge lead for them. And really a great great performance by George Way. I think he was just confident in the way that he wanted to play the match. He never really looked like he was unsettled. And some great variations. Wasn't afraid to go after the forehands when he had the opportunities. Pretty steady on the backhand. And I think, unfortunately for Eric Zhang, really looked like he had the technical capability to win the match, but just too many unforced errors. You know, the opening balls against long backspin, that's where you really have to lock down in your first match, and unfortunately he wasn't able to. So it'll be a 2-1 lead for UMass. The 20th seeds looking for an upset here.
Yeah, and they came into this tournament on fire, ready to make all the upsets happen.
Absolutely. So we may have another match here for the UMass versus Washington. It will depend on the result of the match on table 1. If not, we'll be moving on to the next team match, which is a women's team match. But we'll see how the result goes from table 1, and we'll be back relatively shortly, I think.
Welcome back to Round Rock, Texas at the 2022 National Collegiate Championships. We have the first round of the women's teams with MIT in the maroon and Texas A&M in black. I'm Barbara Way. I'm here with Matt Hetherington, and we're excited to see our first women's match of the event on our live stream tables.
Always love to see a separate women's event. Just great to see. I think having that there, you know, especially with table tennis, there's so much difficulty in promoting women's table tennis, and I think having team events with great women's players is just such a good thing for the sport.
And this is going to be a really nice matchup from the 3rd seeds MIT and the 11th seeds Texas A&M. I know the MIT team came in very late last night, so arriving around midnight. And for Texas A&M, I think they drove. This is a home turf advantage.
It's always part of the trip fun is dealing with flight delays. I think Northwestern or Northeastern came in at 3 a.m., something like that. Pretty tough on tournament day.
I think players are just really excited to be here, grateful after the 2-year hiatus. And for many players, we were here in 2018 and they're returning. Maybe if they miss the 2019 champs for the first time in a long time. For those who follow college table tennis, many of you may have seen Maria before. She played with Lindenwood in 2014 and with University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2016 and 17. She is from Colombia in South America and has played at 2 world championships, so a very experienced player.
Certainly the kind of experience you want for your first match in a tournament like this. And we saw it throughout the previous 2 matches we had here, is getting into these team tournaments and shaking off the nerves in your first match, especially on live stream, can be a little bit tough. So having that experience is pretty helpful. So Castillo is going to serve.
Maria is actually a very, very consistent player. You'll see her back up a little bit more. She has a ton of experience.
I think it's been quite interesting to see when you look at the winning players that we've seen. The majority of the points won, really starting out using more topspin serves. I think one of the tough things is, you know, working against backspin when you're starting off on those first points is so tough. It's 4-0 for Castillo.
Maria's style that is very consistent is actually super helpful in your first round match.
Yundu gets on the board. Nice pendulum serve there.
And shaking out those first match nerves. This is the first round of the women's singles, or women's team event.
It's a nice long serve and follow. I was actually just going to say, the first game of your first match, it's so hard to hold the nerve enough to serve like a good quality long fast serve. Then it happened. So I'm going to say it anyway. Catches the back edge.
I see Maria also serving a lot of topspin. Her serve short or half long.
Yeah, I think it's just the safe way to go. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was out there, I'd be doing the same thing. I mean, when you're shaking off those nerves, like I said in previous matches, that first opening ball is so crucial, but it's also so difficult to get the timing and the feeling right. So dealing with topspin for a lot of these players is easier for them to settle into that rhythm. Some nice control from Du.
Very nice serve from Maria. Short to the forehand, very topspin.
There's a great long serve. Some good service game from both players so far.
Well, there's Maria's experience. No fear in that block. She was right there.
Yeah, you can see some great anticipation. Really knew where that ball was going. She goes for that hook serve again. And that's going to give her the first game, 11-7.
MIT gets that first game of the first match. Really crucial, as we saw, for confidence building as we move forward.
Yeah, and I think she's really the player that they want out there to lead the team and set the example, and showing them that experience and those kind of tactics that they should try and embrace during those first opening matches. And I think both players kind of did similar things in different ways. So, you know, Castillo mixed her serve up a lot. You know, there was some hook serves, some pendulum serves, some backhand serves, but predominantly topspin, and just eased into the rally.
As we talk about the difference between women's table tennis and men's table tennis, we're actually seeing some of that here, more consistency. We're seeing a little bit more play on the backhand side, more speed.
Yeah, it's also played much closer to the table usually. And the interesting thing in the US is there's a lot of mixed competition. So, you know, you have events where men are playing women, and playing women is tough. I mean, to keep up with that speed is really difficult. So, Du off to a great start, really capitalizing off her first two serves.
Well, Maria's serve is very, very spinny, and there's a lot of topspin. Nice follow-up right there.
That topspin hook serve she's using, definitely seen Du struggling with, you know, knowing how to return it confidently. It's a great serve and follow-up. Wow.
Awesome counter loop by Maria. This is what she's really known for. I actually played Maria in 2014. And you have to hit a lot of shots at high quality in order to finish the point.
You can see she just looks very comfortable with especially the serve receive. Lots of variation.
Yeah, and those years of experience can really show up. She's very confident. Her body language is very positive.
Nice body placement there from Du. She just kind of got away from that comfortable forehand zone and just pushed her gradually towards the elbow placement.
Awesome point. Really, really great kind of control and pacing from both players.
I think Du's making some really good attacking plays. Just not quite she didn't quite have like the recovery or repositioning. She's actually getting caught out by the softer ball. So a 9-3 lead for Maria Castillo.
Watch Maria's serve receive. She almost never misses it straight, right? It's very, even if it's not the best return every time, it always hits the table. And that's so important in this first opening match.
10-4.
And she'll take first game point here, 11-4, to give herself a 2-0 lead.
Maria's really dominant in this matchup. She's the number 7 or 8th seed in the women's singles event, so definitely someone to contend with and we'll see a lot more of throughout this competition.
I think it was interesting you talking about the serve return in particular. Having that experience, really, she shows the understanding that you don't need to try and win off the serve receive. I think it's one thing that players struggle with. Maybe they come out in these early matches and they try and play quite heavy on the serve receive. She's just looking for variation in placement, spin, direction. You see some of these kind of side spin returns that are slow and, you know, really difficult to deal with. And she's really focusing on how to use the serve return to set up the next ball rather than trying to win outright against serve. And I think that's why in the previous matches we've seen the service games be so effective. It's just players not really having a good scope of how to manage their serve return, I guess.
Game 3, MIT leads 2-0.
But I thought Du aggressively made some great points in the last game. Some very assertive plays and setups. But as you said, you know, Maria's so consistent. It's tough to hit through her.
And Maria's, in addition to being consistent, varies the spin and like the height of each ball. It's actually kind of confusing. You have to be very focused.
0-3.
Kind of seems also, I mean, the danger is a lot of the serve from Du's been quite similar. I think you really need to continue to adapt. A player like Maria, you don't want to kind of do everything the same. She's going to adapt and keep changing things on her side. That was a much, much more decisive return of that hook serve.
You can see sort of the mental game and the strategy coming into play here, especially in this third game. It's much closer, seeing different variations, more aggressive.
Yeah, definitely.
Seeing a lot of cross-court play. I think we might see some more down the line as they continue to vary.
Bit of a lucky break there. It's been relatively even, I think, throughout this start of this third game.
Awesome
Great
point.
effort. Yeah.
Another little lucky break for Maria. But it actually shows how spinny her backhand loop is, that it actually like went over.
Yeah.
And Ringdu doing actually a very good job this game. Kind of showing the variation, backing up, attacking.
It's actually a really nice backhand off the table, the first ball. Seems to have a little bit more of a scope on how to handle that topspin kick serve.
And for Maria with this 9-3 lead, it's just don't overplay it. Try to finish it out now.
4-10.
Awesome counter loop.
Game and match.
That
Right
was
off the
such a
bounce.
great pickup.
MIT 3-0.
Maria was ready to end the match, and an incredible job for her and for giving MIT a nice opening lead. They are the #3 team, and their hope is to do at least that well in this event.
It's a great showcase of women's table tennis, I think, to start off this tournament. Just lots of variation. She really, I think the main difference was Yundu kind of, even though she started to get more aggressive, she still used a lot of the same kind of setups. The serve was fairly similar, and Castillo just changed everything. Lots of
Yeah.
different serve variations, receive variations.
And
Put her
very,
in a-
very consistent on the receives.
Super,
And
super, yeah.
full confidence on the table.
So, a great start for MIT. And
They're setting up their next match here.
yeah, so the next match here will be between Sophie Wu and Jingfan Chen.
And I believe Sophie is a defensive player. So again, another great display of women's table tennis about to hit the table.
It's going to be great. Love seeing defenders. I think, you know, as the years have gone on and the game's modernized more, you tended to see less defensive players. So for me, at least personally, anytime I get the chance to commentate one, I'm happy.
Love to see the variation in the sport. We've seen a lot of really smart play from the women coming in. They were able to shake off their nerves, kind of do what they needed to do in that first match.
You guys have any third color, red, blue? Red? Can you red? You will be the serve receive and fire. Two side, this side. You're gonna serve. Serve or receive? Serve. Okay. No, we cannot. Just we can on that side. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Okay. Give it 2 minutes practice. Sophie, right? Okay, thank you.
Second match of the women's team preliminary round at the 2022 Collegiate National Championships. We have Sophie Wu from MIT and Jingfan Chen from Texas A&M. MIT has taken that first match. They are the number 3 seeds and the favorites in this competition, but it's home state advantage for Texas A&M. A nice matchup of styles here. We have a penhold player. We have Sophie from MIT, I believe, is a defensive player, so it's going to be a really great.
It's going to be great. I'm all over this match, and it hasn't even started yet. I love seeing penhold players. There's so few now at the international level, but they're just so great to watch. I think there's just so much tradition in penhold table tennis. So you can see Chen's using the more modern grip. So she has her fingers kind of a little bit longer on the racket rather than curled. So she's probably going to use the reverse side of her racket to play backhand more, as you can see during the warm-up.
I'll see Sophie here using that black side the most, and you'll see her turn her paddle, twiddle as we call it in table tennis.
Straight on the attack. That's an interesting, interesting choice. I'm here for it.
This is going to be a great sort of non-conventional match.
Interesting to see Chen using the black side of her rubber for serve. Looks like she has short pips on the red side.
She's going to use that to attack.
I think technically from a style matchup point of view, short pips penhold against defense is pretty favorable. Then it's going to depend a lot on tactics as well. Great counter there. Good hand speed. It's interesting that she's choosing to use the black side to serve. I mean, obviously you can get more rotation from the smooth rubber, but when you're playing into long pips, using short pips, you can actually get an easier ball back. There's not really any spin to reverse. I'm just going to be here nerding out about different rubber types and styles.
Well, so far it's actually been sort of a serve battle in this first game, despite these unique styles. And again, it's just that first game jitters, first match of the competition. Well, we've seen Sophie come out be extremely aggressive.
I mean, from a defender's perspective, you can come out and win points off serves. You're going to save a lot of energy. There's that twiddle you were talking about, flipping over to the smooth rubber side.
And I would expect to see twiddling from both of these players. It's going to be a very technical match. You have to watch very closely to see what the spin is, what the pacing is. I just see both players sort of struggling to handle the spin. It's like reversing in different ways than they're used to.
Bit of a big swing there from Chen.
Sophie Wu takes that first game. Again, it has looked like very much a serve battle
Yeah.
in this first game.
Yeah, I think from Chen's point of view, the game strategy has been a little bit kind of trying to push a lot, which, you know, takes the pressure off you from having to attack all the time. And then looking for those chances to play, you know, if the ball's a little bit high, playing that kind of bigger shot to try and win the point. I think for her, she needs to loop a little bit more, you know, really kind of build her rhythm a little bit. And especially when you have short pips against chop, you can just kind of roll through the ball. You don't have to put too much stress on yourself. So I think more attacking variation from her would be great, because I felt like she made a lot of pushing errors. So if she can move away from pushing too much.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually coming back topspin or no spin frequently, and with those short pips on her forehand as the pen hold, that should be a great shot for her.
So it'll be interesting to see how she adapts, and I think the question of how Sophie plays during this game will depend more on how Chen plays coming to this set, because as you said, I mean, she won a lot of points really just from serving and not really having to chop too much. Not the start she was looking for there. Umpire just reminding her to make sure the ball toss is 6 inches.
That looks like what it is.
Around the height of the net is usually the legal requirement for a serve.
Well, nice backhand attack from Sophie Wu.
With the long pips too. Gotta respect that.
I think that's the right idea from Chen. You get that high ball and you just go crush it.
Go for broke. She just has to make sure she's balanced. You can kind of see her swinging and moving away from the contact a little bit too much. And a great forehand. This is like crunch time. If you're playing a defender who's attacking more than you, then you really need to address your tactical game. Patient, very patient play.
That's right. They're actually playing slower pace than that first game, and that's probably helping out. A second serve error from Chen.
Nice, that's a great shot. I think once she starts getting into those shots, you know, once she starts landing them on the table more, really opens up more doors, more opportunities for her to play. It's a third serve error. At that point, you just got to take a step back and breathe.
Slow it down.
Yeah.
Slow it down.
It becomes difficult too. I mean, when you're losing a lot of points on receive, the pressure really falls back on your serve as well.
Very nice chop from Sophie Wu back from the table. You can watch on Chen's serve. It looks like the umpire is calling the fact that her hand starts really high, and so that's why it can look like it's not 6 inches.
I think a lot of players forget it's about the height of the ball after it leaves your hand. Some players kind of carry their hand up as well.
So dominant for Sophie. Great attacking, nice chopping.
Yeah, I think Chen's struggled with, you know, if she's going to keep pushing. A lot of the time, Sophie's using the long pips to push, and, you know, it's a dead ball, and if you push it back, it's going to pop up. So we've seen her give a lot of opportunities to Sophie to attack the ball. And, you know, like I said in the beginning, if you're playing a defender and they're attacking and winning points by attacking, you really need to look at your strategy. And I don't think that Chen's attacking enough. And, you know, in that game, we saw her play some really good forehands. She wasn't trying to play like too hard and fast and flat. She looped the ball a little bit more, so she put some topspin on it. And, you know, especially now that she's 2-0 down, this is the time that she needs to try and go for those shot more, and she really needs to just take her time with the serve. And for sure, you know, being faulted is probably going to make her a little bit more nervous as well, so taking even more time.
This match is actually, the pace is very fast for a defender match. So she has the time to take in between the points, to slow down a little bit. And I would suggest, and I would expect to see from Chen, perhaps serving very long in this next game. She's serving sort of short and making the task harder on herself.
So straight off the bat, she's looking for the forehand. Just a little bit out of position, I think, where the ball contact was relative to her body.
As Chen is receiving the serves and everything is going to her backhand corner, she could consider stepping around using her forehand. The pushing on the backhand corner has not been so successful in the last 2 games.
I think also, like, even though it's short pips, you can still kind of push block the ball. She doesn't have to push every time.
And Sophie is taking advantage of the pushing as the default receive and just serving topspin.
Yeah, and she's serving a lot of half long and long as well. So if she can get Chen to keep on pushing those serve returns.
She'll be able to attack. Sophie will be able to be the offensive player and the defensive player just by controlling everything with her serve.
It's a little bit of serve error juggling going on here. There's lots of nerves in these. I mean, honestly, for some of these players, it's going to be their first time ever playing on a live stream. And, I mean, I've played World Championships on live stream, and I can tell you right now, especially when you're the underdog, it's not fun. It's really not fun. So, a lot of nerves, you know, bright lights, there's cameras, and
The right idea from Chen. Those are the moves that she has to make, and she's making them. Very spinny chop from Sophie.
nice return there with the long pips. And topspin serve.
And to end it, MIT commanding 2-0 lead in matches. Marie and Sophie are their top 2 players. They're number, I think, 7 and 8 seed in the women's singles event. But Texas A&M, you know, 3rd and 4th matches are equally as important as the first 2. And so we'll have to see how they match up in this next set.
Yeah, that was a very different match than what you'd be used to seeing. Great to see some different styles out here. I think definitely for Chen, lots of nerves. I think, you know, usually with the service areas, kind of a symptom of, you know, feeling the pressure, and Sophie Wu was able to capitalize off that really well. I mean, we saw her attacking so much. She was the one out there serving long and following up. Like you said, I think Chen would have benefited from serving long more. She would have taken a little bit of pressure off having to serve tight all the time, and also maybe opened up some more opportunities to attack. I think, you know, she needed the confidence to go after those forehands, like you said. But you got to get that first match under your belt, and they have now, so hopefully for them, the rest of the championships continues to go onwards and upwards.
That's right. And no one's out of it yet. Like I said, the third round and the fourth round are equally as
Absolutely.
important as the first 2 rounds.
And if they can tie that up and go to the doubles, it's anyone's game.
Good. No, it's too much. I think. Much? Yeah, it's not touching. Right? So just one less. Okay. This one's good. Just barely touching. Is it okay? Thank you. You can quick check the side. Maybe one side.
A quick reset right now, making sure everything is ready. And we'll get ready soon to start matches 3 and 4 for this women's team round.
I think they took their record. One of you have a purple handle? No. Or did that one?
preferred color? Red, blue? Red? Can be blue? Okay. Red? Sir? Okay, which side? Which side? Fine? Okay. 2 minutes.
We're here with the women's team preliminary rounds, number 3 seed MIT versus number 11 seed Texas A&M. MIT has a commanding 2-0 lead, and they're playing the 3rd and 4th singles matches right now, tables 1 and 2. We have the 4th singles match. Xiaoxuan Wang from Texas A&M, Wang Yi Wu from MIT. Again, 3rd and 4th matches will be very, very close, it looks like. Incredibly important for both the teams. You know, there's always so much focus on the 1st and 2nd players, but actually your 3rd and 4th players help you win the competition.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And I like the way that the ordering works here at College Nationals. You know, you have your lineup, you have your 1 to 4 players, and all 4 of them play a singles. So the person playing the 4th singles match is no less important than your top player in the team playing the 1st match. They both have a chance to win 1 point for the team. And then if it's a tie, it comes down to a doubles. I think it's a brilliant format. And I think it's really uplifting, you know, being the 4th player in your team and having a chance to win a point for your team. I think it's awesome.
And often a very critical point for your team.
It is a critical point. When I played college, I played in the 4th spot. So I got to have that nice feeling. So it sounded during the warm-up like Wang's using short pips on the forehand. She might have a thicker blade, perhaps. Has a very woody sound.
I think it's inverted, but it could be that blade that you were talking about. And we can perhaps see Texas A&M doing something different with their team. They might have the upper hand in this match. Starting out with a nice 3-0 lead.
Very intriguing match so far. I'm so curious. She's twiddling after the serve, Wang. I'm very curious.
It might be anti.
It could be. She is hitting a lot though. Maybe the black side's short pips. She's serving with the red side. The red side's definitely inverted. Interesting. Very interesting.
We love to see sort of creative styles in college table tennis. And Wang is definitely displaying that. It's also very confusing for your opponent, actually.
It's confusing for me. She has very concise strokes. She gets a lot of sharpness on her contact, which is great. Certainly makes her the more aggressive player. So she'll take the first game 11-4. Definitely asserted herself as the more dominant, aggressive player.
Very confident, very positive body language from Wong. And you're right, the 4th place singles is a very important job. And for Texas A&M, they need to win both of these singles matches to stay alive. I'm interested to see what Wong's going to do in this next game, if she needs to do anything different. The twiddling is very confusing. For us, for the opponent, it looks like it's doing its job.
It's something you don't see very often. I think I have a better angle from here. It looks like the black side of the racket's short pips. So the red side using to generate more spin on the serve and then twiddling. Twiddling to put the short pips on her forehand afterwards. It's such a tricky thing to come up against in a match. So Wu struggling a little bit there on the serve return. She's going for those forehands. I think that's really great. I mean, getting the serve in and then going straight on the attack is really something that she needs to go for.
Yeah, and she makes
Great shot.
it, and that's right. Sometimes when you're playing, you just need to play your game. You need to set up the shot, hit those forehands. Definitely short pips on the black. You got it, Matt.
Took me a while, but I got there.
And that's why, as you called out in that first game, very concise shots on the forehand side from Wong.
So switching over to serve from the forehand side. She drops the slightly higher ball into the net. It's very short. It's very short on the table. You can just see Wu stepping a little bit as she's hitting the ball. Just a little bit off balance, but still going for those forehands.
Wong is just much more aggressive, much faster. Takes that second game. Gets a big thumbs up from her teammates on the edges.
Yeah, they need this one. She's definitely making a good impression for the team.
And Texas A&M, they were definitely, I would say, outmatched in their first and second players, but their third and fourth players are critical and in the lead. Maybe pushing this to a deciding match.
Yeah, Wong looks pretty comfortable here, and I think the style matchup, Wu is doing a lot of deep pushing, and it's almost like Wong's letting her open the first ball. So she's pushing around a little bit. Wu, to her credit, is actually taking the forehand openings quite early in the point. So she's confident. Very confident with her first loop. It's very steady, has been quite consistent so far as long as she's stayed balanced. But she has to be very careful about where she's putting the ball because it does sit up a little bit. And when you're playing against someone who has short pips on their forehand, if they can get in position, it's a kind of a perfect ball or a perfect scenario for them. So Wu's going to start with the serve. Going for a tomahawk serve. It's
And
a nice
going
setup.
for that forehand. Second time Wang knew what it was.
I'd like to see her use that tomahawk serve a bit more. I thought that was a really good setup for her. It's a great forehand. Some nice placement and pace variation combinations from Wang. I think from what we've seen so far, she's very experienced at being able to set up the ball for her short pips. There's the tomahawk serve. I want to see that more. That's working. She's going to switch to the pendulum. See, this is, so that was exactly the same serve sequence as her first round of serves. She's got to stick. I think she's got to stick with the tomahawk.
Yeah, it gave her that opening. And again, as you said, for Wu, she can stick with the tomahawk. Just watch the placement a little bit. She can get that opening. Apologize before the point is over.
So, it's a pretty nice retrieve.
It really was. Off the edge. It was an awesome shot.
She even got away with it being a little bit high. So, 4-6. Going for the forehand.
I like Wu's confidence, really going after those shots.
Yeah, anytime the ball's been long and anywhere near her forehand, she's gone for a first opening look. It's a really, really good mentality to have. Here comes the tomahawk again. Let's go. A little bit too much across the forehand side there. And of course, with the short pips, you don't need to worry as much about rotation on the serve. You can get away with a little bit more.
Wang has 2 chances on her serve.
Almost looks like she changed her mind there.
That's
from
right.
serving backspin to top. She's able to get pretty good rotation on that forehand push. Really digs it in. 7-9.
Every time Wu goes for that shot, it's really good, kind of foundational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just sometimes she just takes a step backwards as she's hitting the ball. She's kind of taking that pace away.
Well, and Wang finishing the match, taking the first point for Texas A&M. They're on the board in matches now.
A great match from the 4th players of both teams. Of course, the 3rd match still ongoing over on table 1. And the result of that, especially now, is going to be very important.
Texas A&M is up 2-0, but they won barely at the closest of margins. So tune into table 1 and you can see the conclusion of that match, which will determine if they go into the deciding doubles.
I think the team here did a great job of choosing the live stream matches today. This is the 2nd out of 2 that could potentially go to 5. Some great close matches. Of course, on table 2, the next matchup is going to be a co-ed team event between Northwestern and Washington, who we already saw here on table 1 in the first match. Northwestern led by Jack Wong, for US table tennis fans will know, formerly a member of the US national men's team. So that's going to be a great match to watch, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And for us, we'll be taking a small break and you'll be joined by some more wonderful, entertaining individuals to take you through some of the early afternoon matches.
Thank you.
red and blue. Blue. So you have red. Red.
I'll check sir.
So here, sir. Which side you want to choose? This side? Great. Okay. Okay, 2 minutes long. Okay.
I'd like to welcome everybody back to Round Rock and the 2022 College National Championships. Right now out on the court, we have the Northwestern University team and Washington. Washington just had a doubles match, went to the decider, and I'm sure they're going to come into this one really ready to go. So make sure your coffee's warm and sit back and relax and enjoy some table tennis. My name is Roger Dixon, and with me is Logan Zimmerman.
Hey, how you doing, Roger?
Well, it's a beautiful day here in Texas. We're really having a good time here in Round Rock. We've been here a bit of a spell. We've had some really unique challenges getting this championship going, and Logan's been right in the thick of it, and I'm sure everybody here would really appreciate to know how much you've done for this event.
I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but there was a lot of things that it takes to set up a championship, and the good news is the volunteers here are very passionate, wonderful people. Everybody's working hard to bring this event to you all, and I'm sure the players are appreciative of the fact that everything was put together and there's very little hiccups in getting these matches going. So we're all glad to be here, glad to participate.
So you have a little bit of a history with Michael Whitmire. Give me a quick one with Michael.
So, yeah, back in 2011, I started playing table tennis, and I was in the same city as Mike, and we played at local colleges, and he's really developed into a real high-level player. So it'll be interesting to see the fireworks that he puts on today.
Well, he's definitely got his hands full with Jack Wang. Jack, I believe, was a U.S. national junior team member for a number of years. So this is going to be a good skills demonstration. Nice long serve.
So just, small mistake on the backhand. Not reading the spin on the serve quite right, but usually takes some time to get into the groove when you're facing somebody you haven't played in a while. There it is. Huge spinny serve.
It's a really nice backhand. Put it in a really good spot. Following up his serve, Jack takes the 4-2 lead.
Great serve from Mike. He answers back.
I think the challenge that Michael faces is keeping Jack's forehand under, off that big attack.
A lot of power there. He's got to nullify that if he can.
Kind of, Jack's forcing him to open up off the backhand and then just counterattacks it. Nice positioning.
Yeah, it was a great short push and almost set himself up for a great counter backhand there.
The spin that Jack is making it uncomfortable to follow with the backhand.
Oh, Mike did everything right there. I mean, that's what you got to do to have your opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think if he gets into those rallies, he's okay. It's just that first opening one, if he can keep them and following like that.
Things like that. That combination there was strong.
Nice banana flip, taking that right in the middle, nice and spinny, handcuff Jack.
And I mean, right now when he's down like he is, he has an opportunity for these next few points to try and search for something that'll work in game 2.
Yeah, he tried to slide it, but he kind of bit into it a little bit too much.
Great inside out.
Well, he's doing the right things. Michael's doing the right things, but he's being safe. I mean, it's landing the shot, but he needs to put more into it. Because if you don't, Jack's going to handle it and make you pay on the following ball. So I think the Washington team is going to, talk them through it. It's nice with the college program. You can have the whole team coach you at one time. And so you're getting everybody's point of view, and there might be minor differences, but, it really helps you to have the confidence of your teammates.
Well, I'd be interested to see as well if he slows it down. If you notice, sometimes this happens at the beginning of a match. The very first game goes very quick pace. So.
And usually the stronger player wants to dictate that pace. And here the difference is pretty good, but it's not out of reach for Michael.
Great serve, great serve.
Yeah. It's interesting because Jack, you don't know if he's going to spin it or drive it. So you kind of get into an awkward middle position.
Looked like Mike was going for that very short push to the wide forehand. Try and keep him on a shorter, less powerful stroke, force him to flip or push back long.
Yeah, the ball bounced out on him a little bit more than what he anticipated going for the banana.
Oh, we've been seeing it work, so I think we'll be looking for a few more of those. Highlight reel point coming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, finally got him into the backhand.
So that was an interesting choice. You saw Mike go for the long serve, and it looked like he decided to follow it back up with the same exact serve.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of spin variation. He noticed that he got it up. Jack returned it higher, but he couldn't take advantage of it. And Jack's kind of doing the same thing because he wants to play fast rallies. He's serving a little bit longer than probably he usually does. And very, very nice return for Mike right there. Just right at that danger level where you have to make a decision, ball or racket.
That half-long serve is definitely not fun. Because your knuckles come into play there too.
Yeah, and if you have felt these tables, they're a little sharp. Brand new DHS tables.
There it was. That opening banana flip seems to be working really well for him.
He gets a lot of side spin variation, which puts Jack into an uncomfortable position. But returned. He's going to move that more into one of the angles. That middle zone is going to definitely get you one of Jack's. Don't want to say you patented it for him. It's a beautiful beast coming from the forehand side.
It allows the player to go both directions too, so it's a little harder to anticipate where they're going to aim.
Yeah, see, that's better, I think. Yeah.
Great play.
Yeah, much
counterplay.
The technical part there was much better for Michael.
That was really key, I believe, because Mike was losing by a fair amount, but he's pulled back in within 2, so he's in striking distance to evening this up.
Nice range from Michael. Almost got that to go into the backhand corner.
Mike had a real good opportunity there.
That was some muscle right there. Jack just muscled that ball back into the table.
He disrespected the spin, as I say.
Years and years of training to step around forehand to the wide backhand. So it's not, you know, you look at the score, and yeah, it's a pretty good spread, but
it's not telling the full story.
No, not at all, because Michael really made him work for a lot of those points, and you know, it gives still Mike has, you know, good vision of what he needs to do, and you know, his teammates are actually probably doing the same thing I'm doing. Hey, you're close. You know, keep fighting because you're doing the right things.
I mean, even in a couple of those exchanges, it only takes a little bit of a tighter position where you're placing the ball, maybe a little bit more spin, get that crisp contact, and this game could have been a lot tighter.
Well, I noticed this one thing with like guys like Jack who've been playing for a long time at high levels. Their confidence when they decide to make, they were 100% committed to what they're doing. At times, it looks like Michael's kind of hesitating just a little because he's afraid of what might happen from Jack.
Like that long push, it looked like he wasn't super keyed in on what the spin was. And so he pushed it high and floated it long. So
it's a really strong backhand opening though. Jack gets right on it and just really opens it strong. Oh, little drop.
I mean, it's tough sometimes because you can't see the hole in the player's armor. It exists, but when they're playing really well, it's kind of hard to find that opening, something that you can keep going back to help even out the game.
Really deceptive service stuff going on.
Looked like Jack was ready for the backhand flip.
Well, he knows that people, you serve that serve, people want to open it. And so, hey, why open? You know, let them open and then counterattack. Don't just block if they open. Nice spin variation there. It wasn't quite as heavy as the other ones. So when Jack went real hard, it went out.
That was a great follow-up, kind of changing the pace, going a little quicker on Jack. And
much more confident stroke.
Well, he finally got that forehand slide into the backhand court.
Yeah, he needs to be ready to follow. That was a beautiful opening, but again, a little disrespect to the spin.
Yeah.
Can steal that from you, maybe. I don't know. Oh, what a beautiful return.
I think it might have been a bit hard to see on camera, but the side spin that he had on that ball just took off.
Yeah. Mike's being the fighter. This is what I've seen from him before.
I mean, but this is what we love about table tennis, right? You never give up.
Yeah.
And reverse sweeps aren't something that are impossible. Maybe improbable when you're having a tough day against someone. But he's pushing. He never give up.
Big change from the last two games is he's got that confidence of his stroke. He's taking the swing. He's a good scrambler, though. That length, and he gets to a lot of stuff that shouldn't get caught up to.
To pick up those hustle plays. Great serve, great serve.
Yeah.
Caught him with some heavy under.
He read it right. He knew it was going to get returned, and he just missed the timing on it a little bit. Popped up on him instead of driving out.
That was great. He set him up to get the opening attack with that nice short ball, forced him to push long.
Yep. But Michael did a smart thing. He didn't go full power.
Placement.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's all you need.
It took a little bit out of it, so Jack didn't have as much to work with, and it threw his timing out. So fast. But hey, look, it's 9-9, and you've got serve. Good place to be. So for those who don't really know, every 3 points or every 6 points, you can go to the towel. So went with it.
Fantastic attack. I mean, like we were saying earlier, when you commit to it, that's how you're going to pull off these points against, you know, a high-level player like Jack Wong.
Yeah, I wish we had a camera angle from where we're sitting. Because the spin, you can really see the spin take off. That was a net serve. Good call.
And this is where, you know, 10-9. Let's see
Nerves?
if Mike has something, well, whether it's nerves or not, but does he
Yeah.
have a serve in his arsenal that he saves for just these occasions? I mean, I don't even know what you do about that.
Well, Jack stayed closer that time. And he was able to play it
But he
closer
was
off the
ready.
bounce.
He was
Yeah,
there. I mean,
absolutely.
Mike got a nice angle. He had some side spin, pulling it away from Jack, but he saw it. He knew where to be. Might have been a little aggressive, given the situation. Because that short push was working so well. You never want to see that.
That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, on the last point. But, I mean, he fought hard.
Yeah.
He played well.
Every game, the first 2 games, you know, he moved up. And, you know, there it is, 12-10.
I mean, you almost wonder if it was a best of 7, what kind of fireworks we would have seen, right?
Yeah. So Jack Wang and the team from Northwestern get the first W up on the board. Michael Volsky and Sahil Pure. Match 2. Interesting, but you can see in that if it gets to the doubles situation, you definitely are going to see the strongest players from both teams in the doubles. Sometimes they use strategy to try to end matches 3-0, but it kind of doesn't benefit you if it ends up going into the doubles tie. So strategy plays a lot of what's happening inside the tie.
And you're referring to stacking your team in such a way that potentially you throw away your match against the highest seed. So your top 3 players are actually fighting it 2, 3, and 4 in an opportunity to sweep those matches.
Correct.
But then now you're stuck with the lowest seed player in the doubles team.
Correct. And you maybe you if your second and third guys are really interchangeable, maybe you flip one of those up to the top. So when you get to the doubles, if you get to the doubles, that it's not a dramatic, you know, level change between who you have there. Yeah, you let your, you know, I think that whoever plays in the first position has to play in the doubles. So it's kind of eliminated them, you know, sacrificial lamb type situations.
Well, two things that could work in their favor. If they can figure out how to turn this around and push it to doubles. Mike and his doubles team have already played once earlier.
Yep.
So they've got they're warmed up a little for the double strategy, the timing and tempo for doubles. But also, he just played against Wong in the singles.
So he can help his teammate a lot with the serve return. Even though it's a little different in doubles, but still you know how strong this guy's stuff is. So, you can tell when Jack was serving that short, heavy underspin serve, how much spin was there.
Yeah,
And you can tell your guy, hey, make sure you get underneath it and push up on that ball, because you ain't just going to touch it and get it over.
So the good news is at least they have some intel and they have a little bit of experience, and that may help give them a better shot if they can find a way to force it to doubles.
I believe we may be waiting for the court 1 to open up. The women's team, it went to the 5th. And so there's doubles being played on table number 1. So usually what we do is we try to use both tables to complete the ties faster. In this situation, we may be
A little bottleneck.
yeah.
Okay. Both on the same side of the table?
Well, either way, we got the second match coming underway for you. We've got Ryan Louie versus No Kin Tong.
Okay, Ryan. Okay. We have a red and blue.
So-
Our umpires doing their duties. Want to thank them again. These guys are volunteering their time to come in here and make sure the athletes have fully umpired matches, and we really appreciate their time because a lot of people have just taken off work to come here. We've got guys from all over the country here.
That's a great thing about NCTTA. It's just that you have a wonderful community of volunteers, and so they're giving back. A lot of them have been players in their own right, coaches, some of them previous NCTTA alumni, and I think they have fond memories of when they played, and that's what brings them back to give back to the next generation of players.
Yeah. So if you're a Ryan Louie fan, he just waved to the crowd because he realized he was on a live stream. He has to be on that side, so he went over to that side and waved to the camera. So maybe he's got friends and relatives watching, and if so, cheer him on. That's the thing. I mean, people are serious when they go out and play, but at the same time, they're here to have an experience.
Yes, sir.
I mean, how often do you get to play on an Olympic-sized court? On Olympic flooring, on the Olympic table.
I mean, and currently right now, in terms of college table tennis, this is the biggest venue. So while the event might seem a little small in size comparatively to other sports, this is as big as it gets at the college level for college teams specifically.
Yes, especially in the U.S. I mean, we have the World University Championships coming up in China, and players from this championship will be chosen to represent USA table tennis. So, collegiate USA table tennis. So, it's going to be interesting on how well we how good our field is here. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to graduate and go into engineering or computer sciences. But, there's a few of them that are, looking kind of, can I do table tennis professionally?
And even that world and being a table tennis professional doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that's playing overseas, representing the country at a high level. They can still attempt to take that track, but there are some career paths that involve coaching, opening a club, running a club, and some of these coaches make good money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you always look at how did you get where you're at? And, do you give back by coaching? Do you give back by, doing other, running events. There's all these other avenues, and a lot of these guys are, giving back to their schools. There's a lot of alumni coming back and helping their own former team get to the next level.
And here we go. Unlucky.
Oh, the net
point
love. Yeah, he had to thank the net for that one. Gave a little fist bump to the net.
That's one of those, I'm sorry, not sorry.
Oh, Ryan, very good job. Got on the attack, stayed on the attack, changed the positions. His friends watching on TV at home, they're cheering him on.
Great,
Wow.
great forehand counter. Sometimes it doesn't take much. These guys hit the ball so hard, you can just send it right back.
That was brilliant.
Just have a great attack. Yeah, just cover over the top of the ball and let it go. Send it back. So net love again.
So you don't know, with Ryan returning those, how much that extra pressure is put on. It's the second time
He got
he's
there
done that.
so quickly.
That's
All
amazing.
reaction.
Ryan, the blocking machine.
I mean, one of the things that can separate players is reaction time, and he has got a lot of it.
Yeah, very, very well done. Wow.
Very, very good long push. Heavy under. That was a rocket.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, you have a good push. Let's give you something like side top."
Well, and that's one of those things. It may have worked the first time. So if you go back to the well, sometimes the player expects it, can anticipate, put a real good stroke on it.
And Mr. Tong has paid the net well. Nothing but a help so far. Amazing serve, though.
Looks like the table tennis gods are evening it out right there. Ryan getting his own net love.
Nice turn, a long serve. Like you said, his reaction time to what's happening is exceptional. It's going to make it tough.
So they're getting into a little bit of a short push battle to see who's going to blink first and send one long off the net.
And Ryan's been good at taking his opening and making it really spinny.
Ooh, change of pace.
Oh.
Fast serve followed up with the big forehand.
He was really accurate that first couple points ago. He did that same kind of pattern. That time he just went a little bit outside with it.
The edge is coming into this. The table wants to be involved in this game.
DHS says, "Hey, we're here. Show us off. Use all of the table." Oh, nice drop. Good open. Can he finish though?
So it looks like,
just enough pressure.
yep, just stay on the offensive and find our opening.
Yeah.
Seems to be what he was thinking there.
Well, I think the other time he went a little harder and he went wide. And that time he was like, I'll stay calm and just keep it in play. Very good serve.
I mean, that's kind of a veteran decision there. You can tell that, not only is he good, but he's been around the sport for a long time to have the wits to put only what's needed on him for pressure.
Just overplayed the angle on the open. It's the right ball to do. Just got to take a little bit there.
It also sends a signal to his opponent, like, hey, I'm willing to go there. So
Oh,
now
that-
he has to pay attention and look for it. unfortunate high push, but a great follow-up to stay in the rally.
So here we go. Ryan's got 2 match points.
Definitely taking advantage of his towel break. Maybe trying to get into the head of No-Kin a little bit.
Nice
That was
return of that serve.
Great dead push. Like, he didn't put a lot on it. And
Very good hands.
yeah,
He's on the good hands team.
he anticipated. He tried to lift it just a little bit too much because it looked like a long push out to the forehand, and there's a little less spin than he thought was on that ball.
Yeah, just kind of died out on him, and then you're stuck in that position. You've already committed to doing that open. It's kind of hard to flatten it out once you started that stroke.
That actually looked like a pretty good chess match. They both had a lot of back and forth. You could see them adapting to each other.
Yeah, this is, I don't know if I want to say unexpected, because of the seedings. But, getting into our third match, I mean, it's a strong match. Two very, I would say, evenly composed players. No one's has the bigger guns, so to speak, that they're coming out and just overpowering. They're both playing technical. They're both playing some power, just some intelligence.
I think sometimes that's when you see the best matches too, right?
Right.
When somebody doesn't have a weapon that can kind of
Nullify everything else.
because then now the players, I can handle his speed, his spin, his pace. I see his strategy and I can adapt. That leads to some good rallies.
Absolutely. I mean, some of the shots you were like, oh, that's not, oh, it came back.
Yes.
Ryan stepped over and just countered that for a winner. What? How did that happen?
All right, game 2 is underway.
Let's see if the double fish ball can take the pressure.
Very deceptive serve there. Caught Ryan looking.
Ooh. Well, he chopped it back, but Ryan taking care of business. Yeah, they had a little technical error there with our gentleman in the booth. Guys on the court had it right, though. Oh, wow. Ryan just set up.
That reaction
Okay.
is just so fast. I mean, he kind of he gave away the long ball to get that strong attack, but he was right there ready to block it back. With that being said, though, sometimes you can only take so many big forehands.
Yeah, but see, that was actually really measured. He confidently swung on the second one, too. You notice he finished really up on that one. He just made more spin than speed. And that's the good variation you'll see from good players.
That was like a side spin push.
Yeah, there was no underspin on that ball. Excellent. He's got to go thank the net now. Come on. Oh, he didn't. He was going to.
We need to ask the net to let the boys play.
Yeah.
this match we've seen some fireworks. I wonder what his team said to him to get him to come out so fired up, because he is playing a lot more aggressively, and it's paying off.
And that backhand open. Yeah. Yeah, before he was stepping around that and taking it with his forehand. But that time he opened straight from the backhand.
Still was a big backhand. Lots of confidence.
That was Ryan trying to be tricky.
Yeah.
Because when you're down big, try something.
Well,
He tried to do the raspberry? Is that what that is? I don't know. I mean, he kind of flipped around it. It was like a banana button going on the opposite side. Yeah?
It was one of the fruit flicks.
Yeah, one of the fruit flicks. Not sure exactly which one. We'd have to get our fruit menu out.
So, I mean, the interesting thing, for those of you at home watching, you look at the score and you have 11-8. It looked like Ryan was in full control in a tactical matchup, making the right decisions, and war of attrition wins that match, or wins that game. But then we come into the second game, and No Kim comes out and attacks strong. Seems like he found something, but in table tennis, you can't let a game like 11-3 necessarily give you any indication
not
of
at
what's
all.
to come next.
Yeah, because it's 1-1. So it's not like now you're down 2-0. I mean, if he was down 2-0 and just got ripped at 3, it could be hard to stay motivated.
And there's something to be said for it. He's in there talking to his coach now. And when his teammates and coach can come in and give him, hey, did you notice? Right, he was placing the ball here. The reason he was able to open up was because you placed it there. Now he's got a little bit more information to try and avoid those pitfalls that were leading to the strong attack.
Well, the other thing is Ryan let him dictate the pace. You know, Ryan needs to get control of the overall tempo of the match.
Nice forehand open wide to the backhand for his first point. Goes to Ryan. Just a small miss wide off the side of the table there. He's only missing by a small amount. Sometimes it takes a little bit of adjustment through the first couple games to dial it in.
Well, that's sometimes you see somebody hit powerful shots, and you think you have to hit as equally powerful a shot, and it causes you to make errors in length. Nice serve. Yeah, I mean, just well placed, short serve wide to the forehand. Spinny backhand opening to the wide backhand. Good movement so far. Keeping it tight at 3-3. Okay, he needed to pull up on that a little bit. He tried to just drop it. Well, he's not lost his confidence. Or his hand speed.
Yeah, he's very, very quick to step around for those balls.
Yeah, that was a good punishment of a long serve.
He's already had some success in this game with 2 of those half-long serves, so that might be a trend going forward. Okin's a little hesitant.
I mean, that's one of the things I've seen Ryan do so far is actually have a lot of service variation. And Honkin is pretty much going 2 to 3 serves.
I see it goes kind of back to what we were talking about. Okin was playing aggressive, taking big shots. What's one way to nullify? Give him a half long.
Yep.
Now he's got to second guess if he can swing as hard or if he has to take that push.
Yeah, but he's 100% confident in when he goes for his stroke. That forehand right there, man, there was nothing. He just flowed right through that. Body mechanics, everything just flowed straight through the ball. Really good job. Teammates are happy. Nice short play, good spin opening. Didn't get greedy trying to overpower the ball. That was a nice serve too.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
And you hear Ryan there apologizing.
In his head, you want to win the ball, the point as clean as
But not like
possible.
that.
Yeah. Quality sportsmanship, right there.
You almost feel bad sometimes as a player, right? Because you know you can win it the hard way and earn the points.
Dramatic change from last game.
And that's what I was saying earlier.
Ebb and flow.
It seems as though we have ourselves a match. And honestly, it's tactics.
It's all, yeah, this is the chess match. I mean, they're both trying to think one step ahead. And, you know, it all becomes now execution.
It's great to see the back and forth, though, because that's kind of what keeps matches exciting sometimes. Because, like, what are they going to pull out next?
Yeah. Yeah, you thought Ryan would have to struggle a little bit more with that game, but he came up with some really smart service patterns and changes that really threw a curveball. And
Literally.
yeah, literally. I mean, some of those were crazy. But now Ryan's up 2-1, and you know he's in the driver's seat, but he can't be overconfident because if you look back, just one game ago he got spanked at 5. Although I mean the points were good.
So we'll see if the coaching help from his teammates can help him come out and have an answer for these half-long serves and short serves that he's using to take away the
Really
big
good
strokes.
variations of when he's using each.
Maybe a little bit rushed there. He saw the opening. Just wanted a bit too much.
World-class stuff right there, baby.
Counterplay.
That's world-class stuff. Excellent job by Ryan. From the block to the counterattack, man, beautiful. So that was really smart on Ryan. He made him cover a lot of court. You see him lean?
Unfortunate.
Like he was like a kicker.
I mean, here we go. Great net save.
Wow. He's earned it so far. He's done everything he's needed to do. And that was a beautiful, that usually people don't even try for that ball. Once that ball hits the net and falls like that, Ryan was right there.
So if you're no kin, do you start thinking about a timeout if you lose this point?
Tactically, I'd probably, yeah, it's right at that point. This is the timeout zone, so to speak. The next 2 points, actually. Even if you lose this next one, you might want to see what happens at 5-1. Because 5-2 is like, you know, 4-2. Nice spin change. He didn't go like the power shots he'd been doing. He went more spin to nullify that quick block up the line. Oh, so he went ahead and it's
Utilize
it's
the
a
towel
natural.
break.
Utilize the towel break.
Still, I mean,
It's
that's
kind of like a baby timeout.
yeah. it's nice kind of collect your thoughts for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe slow your opponent down.
Well, that's the thing is the pace is kind of evened out now. They're both playing at their own paces. There's more side spin than underspin on the push, so that's why big error.
Looked like the serve he was going for earlier that just missed off the side of the table. He pulled it off there and it paid off.
Yep. Yeah, punish anything long if you know what it is. Wow, what a good serve. So that was a product of his own spin. So he made a big hook on that loop. And when it came back, it jumped
had
in.
the extra side spin on it.
Yeah. Good anticipation.
Great pressure of pace.
I'll take a timeout. Okay.
So Ryan takes that's the reverse timeout situation. You know, we were thinking, oh, maybe No-Kin was going to take the timeout, 4-1, and he played through it, got it back to 5-5.
This is
Now,
actually
let's kill the momentum.
pretty smart of Ryan because he wins this game.
Done.
Match it over.
Yep.
So, we're back to even. Now it's kind of like a mini game, first to 6 points. So,
Yeah, that's always nice when you're playing downhill. You have a little bit of a lead, and you're playing downhill. You can see the finish line, and a lot of people take the foot off the brake, off the gas, and try to coast. But really, what you need is you need to keep the pressure on.
well, you definitely don't want to get into the mindset of let's not lose.
Right. Yep.
Like, we have the lead. If we win this third game, we win the match. So let's just try and match shot for shot and just not lose this rather than, hey, I've been putting pressure and it's been working. I should keep that going.
Hopefully, we'll see
And
revitalized Ryan right here, coming off the.
so far, every time
with
they
the
go
team.
back to talk with the team.
You started serving, right? No, you.
A little bit of confusion between whose serve it is with the players. But umpire has it
Umpire
right.
was correct. It's funny because Boken kind of dead pushed that ball. And he thought he was going to get a dead push back, but he got a heavy ball back. That is a master class in ball placement right there.
Yeah, this is almost like a classic power versus speed matchup here.
I haven't seen him serve that short one yet. That'd have been a good one if he wouldn't hit the net. He forgot to thank it earlier. And No-Kin got that net earlier. He didn't go over and tap the net and thank it. See, he's rushing. He's a little nervous.
I think the net heard you talking about it, jumped up and grabbed that ball.
Again, really deceptive, that middle serve length.
And almost a little bit of impatience from No-Kin. Great slow spin move. Little different than from the power plays earlier.
Yeah, it's tricky to get that ball back.
Especially when you're used to reacting to a faster ball coming to you.
Mini
choice.
break, get the towel.
sometimes the worst thing you want to do in that is allow you 1 point left.
Take that
you
deep
go
breath.
right back to the table and serve. Looks like we have a game 5.
Game 5 coming up. So Ryan started on fire. And then Anokin just kind of acted like a cobra or a python right there. Just kind of contracted the game down, just constricted it down. Made it difficult to find points to win. You know, the service error was really almost painful. It's like the net came up and grabbed the ball.
So this is definitely, even in that match, we've seen a lot of back and forth, game to game. But then in game 4, we had some back and forth within the game.
Correct. Yeah, it's interesting to see how, like, you can watch their body language and you can see when they're confident. And then all of a sudden the confidence fades. And then you see the other guy kind of pick it up a little bit in his confidence. So this is going to be interesting to see how the energy of the points plays here.
I think it's indicative of right now these two players are playing at a very similar level, like in this moment. Correct. So it feels like it can go either way.
Wow, I haven't seen that yet.
Trying to set a statement. Imagine if that had landed, though, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes you have to take those plays to try and see if you can dictate something mentally or pull an emotion out of your opponent.
Look, thank the net. Oh, he didn't. He almost thanked the net. Should have. He literally did power through that.
Nice. Saving that fast serve.
Yeah, everything had been kind of medium. Boom.
It's been holding out on us.
Well, you get the big trick bag, you know. You got when to use it.
Interesting, Ryan going to the backhand service.
Yeah, but he got a ball that he was comfortable blocking earlier.
All right, so now you're in game 5. You blew a lead, and the net has already not gone in your favor for a couple points.
Yep.
And he doesn't have any timeouts left.
Nope.
So this towel break is about
Super
all he
helpful.
has left to help him calm the nerves and kind of not let that get into his head. There it is.
Man, I could do that once maybe in my lifetime. I'd be happy. He's done it repeatedly in this match. It's beautiful stuff. See how patient he was there, just pressuring until he could get the ball to finish. More players need to learn that. I think he needs to stay with the tactic of being aggressive. There he was kind of passive, looking to counter.
Well, on the counter, I think it would have worked if Nokin had put the gas pedal down on that loop. But because he didn't, the ball kind of didn't quite come over the net.
Another serve we hadn't seen him do.
I mean, you have to have the bag of tricks tactically to have some type of edge when it matters and things are close. I think Ryan just anticipated something different to come his way.
But going up the backhand line, it's gutsy. It's gutsy. And they're laughing and joking with each other.
A little bit
It's
of
great.
banter on the court.
They're both smiling and having a good time. They know they're playing hard. They know they're each playing well. So, you know, they can't, either of them are really not disappointed. I mean, obviously you don't like to be losing, but, I mean, he's playing as well as he can.
So at this point with Brian, I think it's important to just point by point. It's the only way. Play one at a time.
You're in it. Come on, you're still here.
Yeah. Did you catch that? You're in it. You're still here.
That's right.
You can't think to yourself, if I make one mistake, it's over.
Right. Oh, he didn't know what was going to come back on his notes. I love it when I do that. I share something really creative, and it gets returned really creative, and I have no clue what to do next.
Yes, that serve felt so good. Oh, wait, hold on.
What is that? Ryan.
And the quick counter didn't quite save him on that last shot.
So Ryan, he didn't wave. He waved to the crowd when he got here.
Kind of hanging his head a little low on the way off the
Not really, though. I mean, he's disappointed, but man, he played really, really well.
And again, I mean, honestly, match could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was some fireworks there, kind of unexpected fireworks too. I mean, it was kind of, you know, this third position match is kind of, you know, you don't know what's going to happen because the levels are either skewed one way or one way or the other. And this time, perfect storm. Both guys, same level, same skill set, kind of skill set.
And there's something to be said when you have a match like that with another player. It's almost like when you're in that kind of a war back and forth, you gain some level of respect for each other as players.
Right.
You know? And those are also kind of some of the losses that you can walk away not feeling too upset about the performance because you were in it and you know they were playing really well. And it's easier to take a loss if you know you played at your top level as well.
Well, the other thing to think about is, you know, Nokian had just came out of that the full match in the earlier round just 45, 50 minutes ago. So he's coming out of that a little bit more in sync with the facility, the timing, the tables, because I mean these are brand new DHS tables. You know, if you don't play on a brand new table very often, it changes. You know, the spin grabs.
Well, and even the bounce between the tables we're using the facility, maybe what you've been training on at your home club.
I mean, the facility, you know, the sports center here in Round Rock is one of the best you can find anywhere. I mean, it's, you know, they say it's the sports center of Texas, so we're not going to take much away from them because you're not going to find anything much different than this facility here. I mean, it's phenomenal. And, you know, little thanks to our double fish ball suppliers, obviously DHS with these beautiful rainbow tables, and of course the NCTTA is you know, a grassroots nonprofit foundation that, you know, we want table tennis at the collegiate level to continue to expand and grow. You know, having scholarships for some schools available. We'd like to have every school have at least one scholarship available because it gives some of our best junior players coming up somewhere to go and continue to play the sport that they love.
So it looks like we got our third match on table 2. And right now, we're 1-1.
Yep.
And it looks like over on table 1, the match is pretty close.
Did he mention not to switch towels? Don't switch sides.
So induce on table 1. I mean,
I
this
hate
could
to
go
say this.
2-1.
I hate to say this. If we get into the 5th, if you're viewing us, you're going to have to switch over to the other table because the doubles will be on the feature court on court 1. Just had one of the double fish balls come flying our way. So I'm glad Walter Ip is using Walter, because I would really do a bad job pronouncing his actual first name.
So it looks like the game finished up over on court 1, and it looks like we have a Washington 2, Northwestern 1 for the series. So this match is really important.
So Subham Pade is they're from Northwestern. Looks like a power player. got the big powerful leg technique. I think we have a technical issue at the moment, so we're gonna have the players are talking to our liaison of technical superiority here. So once they get that corrected and cleaned up, we'll get moving on.
Does it look like they're trying to wave them on since the match finished up? Switching courts, going to court 1. So it appears as though this match is going to be transferred over to table 1. The players are getting their things.
Yeah, because technically they could start the doubles because those players are not involved in the match at the moment. So I don't know if that's what their plan is. Okay, so it looks like we may be bumping up our schedule a little bit. They're going to move that match over to court 1. And I think we're going to be seeing our MIT versus Syracuse match coming here starting on table 2. So, introductions from those gentlemen aside, we'll move on to the next one. It's interesting, though, you've seen so far, the level of players is really good. And, Northwestern and Washington, separated by most of the country between them. They've never actually probably seen each other until here at the Nationals. That's the beauty of NCTTA. When you get to the finals, you get to see players from all over the country. It's a great place to network, because a lot of people are here, grad students, seniors in college, and you don't know, make friends here, and you may have an opportunity to get a job somewhere that, you've always wanted to work. Do you know Tesla just opened here in Austin? Had a big party last night.
15,000 people, something like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. Man, Texas is rocking. Lots going on down here. Had the World Championships in Houston. College National Championships right here in Round Rock. The sports capital of Texas. Gotta love it. And it's beautiful. It's been a beautiful week so far. No rain. A little windy a couple days. Temperatures in the 80s. And hopefully I'm making everybody jealous. And I know some people got to go play a little golf.
The weather was definitely good for that.
And if you're a food fanatic, oh, you're in a
Great places.
Oh, it's amazing.
Lots of good food. So, if you ever get the chance, come visit Austin and or Round Rock. It's a great place to be.
Yeah. So if you're looking for the rest of the match from Northwestern and Washington, go over to our sister channel and pick those guys up. And for right now, we're going to step off until the ladies come back.
on. Help me out.
I will assist you.
Yeah.
Matt, please check.
Well, welcome back to Round Rock and the NCTTA Collegiate National Championships for 2022. We're getting ready to start the second match of the women's team event. Sophie Wu and Priya Rao. Obviously, you see the beautiful team uniforms of Syracuse. With me is Logan Zimmerman. My name is Roger Dixon, and we're here to add a little color to your life.
Color blue. It's gonna be blue. It's gonna be red.
Right on cue.
Red.
Umpire's talking about picking the colors.
Serve. This side. This side. It's fine. Okay.
Rarely do we see people switch sides. So you have a choice when you win the coin flip. You can take either the side or the serve. And then your opponent gets to choose whichever you do not take. A lot of people get confused that, you know, if you win the serve, you can automatically dictate which side of the table the other person's on. And that's not the case. You get one of the two choices.
Well, and some players, even if you think long-term, tactically, do I want to take the serve in game 1, and then I could potentially have it in game 5? Or is there some advantage to giving up the serve, maybe the lighting, taking
Well, you
the
don't
other
give
side?
up the serve. You just take a side. Because they could still say you can serve. Sometimes I've done that to people, really messing with
Really?
your, oh yeah,
Both.
psychologically. Oh, people just kind of get so confused.
I'm used to just, I take one, you get the other.
Yeah, that's not the case at all. But I mean, sometimes like, when I know like, if I'm in an event by myself and I don't have a coach or anything with me and the other player does have a coach, I don't want them looking at their coach in the 5th game, in the late game stages of the match. So, you know, I always try to flip it around so that the back's to the coach.
That's a great perspective.
Well, as a coach, I want my paid player to be able to see me.
And in some of these, yeah, because, I mean, sometimes the energy that you can get from the people that are in your team or they came with you to
Your
an event
camp,
can
yeah.
kind of help you play a little bit more confident. And so it's an interesting take. It's definitely one of those seasoned thoughts.
Yeah, you know, I'm saying I'm old is what you're saying, right?
I said season. I said season.
Come on, man. Don't hurt me like that. Well, if you notice, Sophia warming up has been using the black side of the racket for the countering parts because on the red side she has long pips. So she's a modern defender, which means that she'll play defense and then react into offense. Priya looks much more traditional, very solid, but she didn't want to see the racket. And Sophia was nice enough to show her that, yes, the red side is something different.
And even though it's just warming up, it looks like she's got that twiddle down. So I think we can expect to see some shenanigans.
Ball was at the right height to hit. Not a bad choice, just a little long. Wow. Sophia very aggressive with this service game. So sometimes when you play a defender, you gotta play into the the chop to see how much they're getting.
So just getting a warning that she was close to not serving high enough on the toss.
Yeah, I'm glad they do it early. You know, they're letting you know early the umpires are doing what they should do. You know, give you a warning early in the match so you clean it up for the rest of the match. Nice. So a lot of people don't realize this, but when you want to finish the ball after a chop, you actually need, oh nice counter. You need to get closer to the ball.
With the pace.
Yeah, it slows down. Yes. A lot of people stand there waiting for it to come there, and it never gets there. They reach,
reaching out in front of you,
and the racket closes. Oh, nice job. Very good. Priya putting a little extra spice on that. Nice job.
Well, I've been noticing a lot of flat hits out of Priya, and that's going to be good against somebody that's playing long pips.
Oh, yeah.
How loud the contact is for those of you at home, sometimes even viewing when you hear them hit the ball. If it's quiet, it may be loaded with spin. If it's got that loud pop, they put a lot of pace on it.
Priya has really nice touch there. She actually pushed that back with very little spin. So when she used the long pips on it, it didn't have anything to work with.
Controlled loops, and then that's where it can get you. When you start playing a spin game and you start loading up, then when you get the ball back, they're sending you back all that spin. So sometimes it makes your job a little more difficult.
Yeah, you really have to pay attention to that. I watch a lot of junior players know how to make a lot of spin, but when they play with someone who plays a long pips defensive game, they make mistakes.
It's sometimes hard to take it off. Just like a nice controlled opener, she let the ball get a little away from her on the backhand, popped a little high.
That's Sophia's cause right there. She's giving her a no spin. Instead of chopping with a ton of underspin, she's pretty much dead.
Well, and that's the deceptive part of the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Defenders often have that level of deception.
Crazy variations. You think it's heavy underspin, it's no spin. It looks like nothing, and it's absolutely loaded. And then they can add side spin too.
Yeah, a lot of time with the smooth player, like almost the longer the stroke is, you know it has more on it. But that's not always the case because the defender can take away or send back everything that you've given to them. So you got to kind of keep track of what you're doing on top of what they're doing.
There was the flat hit you were talking about earlier, and she got that middle height ball and she just cracked it in. Let's see what Priya can do with serve being, needing to win two to get it to deuce. Good patience. Very, very good. Very well done. Super calm.
I mean, usually with the long pips, you want to win the point early because it gets more confusing the longer the rallies go.
Nice job. One or two, got it to deuce.
Little sigh there from Sophie.
See, there time she stepped in as she stepped around to smash that ball. She made sure her hand was in the right spot.
Priya's definitely found something that's working. She's getting to do it with him. small of a step there.
That makes me nervous seeing you do like a tomahawk serve there because you're giving side spin to a long pitch player and it can make a lot of misreads happen. Very good, very well done. Heavy, medium, light, no spin. And then finish. Pow! Excellent,
Nice
excellent rally. Wow, that was probably one of the best technical points we've seen.
She saw it, capitalized on it. That was a great recognition to find the sitter there.
She set it up with the way she's pushing with the side spin. She's not giving her heavy underspin, so it doesn't, she doesn't have anything to work with. So they'll tend to pop up. Wow, great counterattack. Both ladies are doing an incredible job to stay in this match and find a way to win. So Priya stretched her way out with the chopping way over with the backhand to the forehand side, and she looked very uncomfortable there.
Needed to get a little bit more spin on that, just to get it to sink back down right to the white line.
Yeah, she definitely went for it though. She's got a little couple of different
1-2
little
combo.
Yeah, she's got a couple in there, and she keeps changing them up. I mean, that's what got her back in the match, and that's what got her to this point.
What a great recovery off that net. Those balls, the net can just change the direction and the height of the ball enough to throw you off. She had a great adaptation to that. Good counterplay. Floated the chop just a little long.
What patience from down 10-8 to come back and get this game.
And it looks like sticking with the tomahawk, like you pointed out earlier.
It's dangerous.
It is. But it definitely, she found a way to utilize it.
Well, what she's doing is not using the full spin. So she just does it enough to make you think. And as a long pitch player, you see this motion, you're like, okay, there's some side spin I can play with. And all of a sudden, there's nothing there. That was excellent tactical awareness in the moment.
Well, let's see how Sophie responds. Sometimes when you go to deuce and the game drags out, it almost gives a nice big advantage mentally to the one that came out of that, the winner.
Yeah, the other thing is I think Sophie needs to go ahead and chop more. I mean, like, she was winning points off of the spin variation. And she kind of got away from it to where she was being too reactive. I thought, you know, before she returned out with her forehand. Same serve, forehand. Now. Almost looks like she's playing a little angry.
Well, and she's
because her tempo's up, more up.
And in doing so, she's giving Priya the initiative. And you never want to play on your opponent's terms. You want to push hard to try and dictate the pace, dictate what shots selection's going to be. It's an interesting choice to put spin on the ball out wide to the backhand corner instead of going for the power shot.
Yeah. But
she's seeing something that I'm not from over here that comes with spin. You can't see the spin that's on the ball. And I've put many a smash into the net after getting a high ball from a chopper.
very good serve. She'd been given really heavy underspins. That one was more of a side spin, underspin variation. That was straight top spin. Oh, forehand chop. She actually twiddled in between 1 point and chopped on her backhand with the inverted side.
And in case those of you at home, if you don't understand the terminology of twiddling, we're just talking about her switching the sides of the racket. So using the black side on the forehand when she wants to loop, and then she can twiddle or twist it to the red side when she wants to chop from the same forehand position. Great deception on that serve.
Yeah, she's been serving a lot of underspin stuff, and there the variation was short topspin. She was looking to avoid that exact situation right there.
Oh.
So Sophie doesn't want Priya hitting power shots at her. She wants her to loop at her so she gets spin, but she doesn't want her hitting those driving flat shots.
Because there's not a lot to work with there.
No, and she's quick too. I mean, those balls are right on the bounce. It's hard to get good angle to get them back.
Looks like she just gave up on that stroke.
I think she
confused.
second guessed herself. It's a tight match. Again, we're back into the chess match kind of thing.
And this one looks like it's heavily dictated by the serving decisions.
Correct. And you can hear click into that one, and then hit it right in the sweet spot. Sophie looks like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. Why am I not in the lead? Well, it's because Priya's had an answer for every situation so far.
She smelled the blood and water on that one. She
Yeah.
was looking for the finish.
The beach ball effect came out right there. That's it. She's going back to work. Oh.
And what you have to do here with the defender, that's taxing mentally.
Yeah, I didn't like that decision. The serve wasn't long enough to get the ball to carry out long enough. Sophie comes back.
Priya with a little head shake there, looked a little kind of disappointed that it panned out that way.
Well, I think she, like you said, she saw the goal line and tried to over-accelerate to it. And, you know, you got to be patient when someone's doing a lot of spin change. You can't just think, okay, bing, bang, boom. It's not going to happen that way. You know, you've got to be patient and wait for the right shots. And I like the way that Priya spins into the pips. And she's just got to figure out a more consistent way to follow. Like you said, though, too, it's been a little bit of a battle between the serves. Whoever's kind of making the more creative serve gets a better footing on winning the point. So you can see the modern defender part there where she's using the black side and attacking. And there's the classical attacker right there. Just line it up and hit it.
So twiddling in between those pushes a little bit there.
Yeah. Changing the surfaces, making the spin heavier, not so heavy. I just don't think she liked that angle that she got. Ended up getting a position where she's kind of forced to attack and just didn't like it. Really good on the defense right there. A hard driven by from Priya. Sophie just sucked it all up and gave it right back. She had to stretch for it. The ball came back out high, but it kept turning away from her, and Priya had to really stretch for it.
Nice change of angles on the pushing there.
Yeah, she looked like she was going to push wide, and then she pushed into the body.
Well, and sometimes you can sit there and keep pushing because your opponent expecting you to attack.
Nice forehand from Sophie right there. She rushed it a little bit. Wanted to be fast and get on it. So Priya did a great serve right there. It kind of looked like it was going to be topspin, and it ended up being really kind of no spin. And it caused Sophie to lift it out the back of the table. Like you said, it's hard to see how much spin is in play, but the variations are really where it's at.
Caught her looking with the reversal of spin there.
Yeah, I jammed her too. She wanted to step around and let it go, and all of a sudden the ball was right inside.
Changes the backhand.
I was gonna say, watch out, what's happening? Korea solved the puzzle.
That looked a little reactive more than calculated. That switch of serve there. The thought being, let's just mix it up. More so than, hey, if I really play, you know, this short to or wide forehand with a side spin.
That's the more traditional way to play a chopper. Just roll the ball out with topspin and just keep the pressure on them getting the ball back in. It doesn't allow them to do spin variation. When it's just a rolling, tumbling topspin, it's hard for them to make a lot of changes to it.
Well, it keeps the spin consistent for your loops too. The edge to tie it back up to deuce.
She's saying thank you to DHS right now for good clean edges on the table. Hit that earlier, but she's missed it like a couple times. Yeah. Priya is showing no fear. Again, really good service change where she could make the straight out winner right off the serve.
Sophie taking a chance there.
Yeah, she hadn't served a fast long ball for a while, and if you don't do it for a while, it kind of looks like a good opportunity.
They all look like good opportunities against Lopez.
A nice dead push. Yeah, Priya's doing great variations of her pushing, and it allows her to get balls she can attack. She just got to make sure she stays calm enough to make it. Very well done.
It looks so good there for Sophie. You know, she opted to go on the offensive for the whole point, and it looked like she was pressuring and attacking. So a little surprised.
Priya came out with that backhand.
That it all takes one shot sometimes. Disrupt your flow, and now you're the one defending.
That was a well-placed backhand, though. I mean, right into it. Well, we can't say this game's been a snoozer, that's for sure.
Deuce, deuce, deuce.
Yeah, especially that first game, man. That was crazy. 16-18. It's almost like the old days.
Playing the 21.
Playing the 21. Now games to 11, it changes a lot of things, especially with only 2 serves. And I think going into this one, this last, Priya has a chance to close this out. We'll see if Sophie can keep her nerves together and
fight back.
Yeah, just look, Priya's ready to go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
A little bit of
gamesmanship.
Friendly gamesmanship there.
Nice.
And you have to be ready for that, right? At the highest level. if it's within the rules, it's acceptable. But also when you're in Sophie's position, you gotta kind of use everything.
She's got to dictate what's going on right now in this game, so that she has a chance to win this match.
Even sometimes trying to get your opponent thinking about things other than what's going on in the match.
Oh, beautiful return.
Just going for the smooth chop there.
She definitely doesn't hold back when she decides to go for it. Really kind of a fast, deadish, not a lot of spin ball, and gives her an opportunity to attack on the third. It was a great reaction from Sophie off that net ball. It'd been harder if you would have had inverted on that side. Having the long pips there to kind of bump that ball back. She stayed in control of the point.
A little double take on the serve there.
Oh. So, Sophie found a way to win both her points. A little service deception, and then just being ready to counterattack. Greer just overextended the angle. No way for Sophie to keep up to it. Hey, did you know what I served? Because I forgot. Nice backhand.
Set up the shot to put it
Yeah,
over.
her backhand roll really feeds her forehand. Because it's just pacey enough and just enough spin, it gets chopped back.
See, it almost seems like some of the points she's losing are those ones that she's not putting that same type of aggression or fervor into the stroke.
Comes right back though with a straight out ace on a. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if when you're playing a chopper, if it's better to keep missing out long, because you can dial it back a little bit. Hitting it in the net repeatedly is a little more frustrating.
I think it's a little harder to correct how much to lift than it is to correct how much to cover. Great setup.
Good read on the serve.
We're back to all square.
Huh. Go figure. This has been a game of deuce games, and now we're at 8-8. Huh. Who would have thought?
And Sophie calls the timeout.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of footwork. I mean, if you look at like the court coverage, like if you had a little blueprint of where her feet were landing, she'd have a much more colorful side on her side.
And that's typically indicative of a chopper's style, the defender's style. They're comfortable with you kind of dictating the lines and pace of play, and they're sending it back, kind of trying to force you into an error more often than.
Right. So one of the team, the doubles champion in 2019 is Angela Guan from Berkeley, and she is also a modern defender, and she comes from a ballet background. And her footwork, I mean, she really enjoys playing. It fits her personality very, very well. And I mean, I watched her play a match, and I was like, she didn't touch. Her feet touched everywhere. I mean, she was all over the place. Where as opposed to other players, I mean, they play within a very small, confined area as an attacker.
Well, hopefully after the timeout, Sophie's kind of gained her composure back and
Took a deep breath, cleared her mind. There's the twiddle to the black to the red.
And I mean, Priya's doing a great job. It's a lot to keep track of. Is she giving me typical spin back? Is she redirecting the spin back to me?
So aggressive.
But Sophie hung in that point really well. So
Yeah, she moved the ball around the table very, very well.
with the previous games, you can't expect anything less. This one's going to the wire. She had her opening. Sounded a little bit edgy.
Yeah, a little thin, cut it out on the edge of the racket. Maybe half of the ball.
He was fighting to stay alive, but couldn't quite pull it off.
Yeah. A couple of counterattacks would have landed that. Could have been really, really tricky.
I mean, look how tight those games are. Everyone decided by 2 points.
And that's what we're here for. This is the championships. This is what you expect to see. You know, and it's just great style matchup. You know, not every game looks the same. You know, the players are doing different things. And it's really, you know, a lot of times educational for players to think, oh, wow, I don't have to play like this player or that player. I can do my own thing. Kind of like what Sophie's doing. Because, I mean, it's like a hybrid modern defender where she's a little bit more defender-based than offensive. And it's refreshing. I mean, that's what the sport, you know, is about at this level. You know, just the championship level. Your team, you know, relies on you. And, you know, it's actually probably a good bonus for them to have somebody who's a little more unique, you know, on the team. So I know she did win her other match earlier when I first got here. Because that was MIT's second round that they've played already.
I mean, having variety in your lineup, especially in NCTTA, it allows you some flexibility to where you're going to put somebody. Can somebody create an upset? Could my defender playing at the one position actually give us a couple opportunities to get an upset?
Different pressure, yeah, absolutely.
Because you might know that certain teams have players that are monsters against, you know, classical smooth, but there might be something that they don't like about playing against a chopper or somebody that's kind of changing the spin, changing the pace.
Yeah, it's difficult enough to figure out everybody has their own service motions, service patterns, and all of a sudden you throw in the mix another different sheet of type of rubber. Yeah. Sophia did a great job of when, you know, changing back and forth between the inverted and the pips. And it really keeps the attacker on their toes. If you take one little misstep, you could be playing the ball entirely incorrect and end up totally missing the table, putting it in the bottom of the net, or giving them a chance to hit it really easy.
I mean, many of those games that we were watching in that match, all it would have taken is Priya to make one wrong move.
Yep.
And the match goes to Sophie. And so she hung in there, made good decisions, but there are multiple times that Sophie could have came away with that game and ultimately the match.
Yeah, there were a few times where if Priya would have pushed on the backhand instead of opening with the backhand. I mean, the backhand opening was really what won her a few critical points at different times in that match. You know, kudos to her for being prepared and being comfortable with the next attack. So as of right now, I think we're waiting for fourth match, and the players are now entering the court. So you'll hear the noise of them removing the rackets from the testing bags. The players must surrender their playing racket to the staff for racket testing to make sure that everything's in compliance with the regulations of the sport of table tennis. I mean, we've had people show up here with some stuff that's pretty questionable. And, you know, we want everyone to have a fair and equal situation.
Well, it's good to see that, you know, NCTTA is not taking it lightly. There are some enhancements that can be done to your equipment, and we want to make sure that the play is fair and balanced. So players getting warmed up.
So you got Quinn Tang from Syracuse and Jinting Lin from MIT. Or as we'll go by Lin and Tang. Okay, I have to admit it, I'm slightly jealous. When I was in college playing table tennis, I did not have these uniforms like Syracuse has. Have your name on the back, really cool colors.
Very professional looking.
Yeah. It's awesome though. That's the way this sport needs to transition. You know, there's enough professionalism in our sport to dictate having professional looking teams.
So right now in the series, we have Syracuse up 1-0 versus MIT.
Yeah, they're still going at it in the first match, which is cool. Means the players are very equally very balanced.
So we've moved to the backhand portion of the warm-ups. Typically when you come out to the table, you have a couple minutes to feel out the ball, the bounce, hit a few forehands, typically hit a few backhands before moving into the match.
A lot happens in the warm-ups too, is, you know, especially if you'll notice if like somebody like Sophie, all of a sudden all you're seeing is the black side during warm-up. Makes you want to make sure you check your opponent's racket to know what's on the racket. You know, I always like to do a little bit of footwork when I'm warming up. You know, but I never, not so much. It just gets my head in the motion of, you know, ready to go.
All right, off to a great start. Tang opens up with the inside-out forehand to the backhand corner.
Nice long serve.
It's always interesting to see how the match starts, right? First game, have I played my opponent in the past or anyone like them? You want to throw a couple feeler serves out there. How do they handle underspin? How do they handle topspin? Do they like fast-paced rallies? Do they like spin?
So Miss Tang likes to hit her forehand.
Didn't quite capitalize there, but it looks like Lin actually has it with her serve. Has been giving her a couple balls that are decently high above the net that are attackable.
See, they were both, it was like
So,
baiting each other.
yeah, in thinking about it, you don't typically see a lot of that backhand play. So I was wondering what the hesitation is. But Lin knew. She knew as soon as I open up, if I don't place it just perfectly, that could happen.
It's an interesting little serve that Tang is doing. It's like a little side spin, underspin serve. And it's just in an awkward little spot. It's nothing crazy, but it's just awkward.
It's almost like you can see the gears turning in Lin's head. She's thinking about like what tactics to try.
Well, the other thing was she was like, man, the last time I opened, I got burnt.
And Tang is comfortable sitting there waiting for her to open up and start the rally.
Yep.
That service given Lin fits.
It's like she's afraid to open with topspin.
Well, so far, the fast serve has helped her out. I mean, you can't give them too many looks. And if they know what's coming, that fast serve sometimes can not work for them.
Yeah, that was actually just a little wider than she anticipated. Actually cut her off of balance. So what's that saying? When you find a weak spot, you just keep hitting it and
Go into the well.
Yep. Until a player can change how they return that, just keep doing what works.
Well, and you want to find out, did they make a mistake on that poor receive, or do they actually have a hard time?
But that's the way you want to end a game. This is just inside out forehand kill. Wow. So there you go with Syracuse getting the first game with Quinton Tang getting it done with that big forehand kill. Some interesting tactics, though. I mean, they're both like very hesitant because they've seen the other player hit some counter shots. So they're like waiting and waiting and waiting until they can get it just right.
So the second match just finished up on court 1, and it looks like Syracuse is up 2-0. So this is a very important match for Lin. The first game didn't seem like it went her way, but now she has some teammates in her corner to kind of give her some pointers on how to approach, tactically, how to play against Tang. But this is shaping up to be a must-win.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the top player for Syracuse is Rachel Wang. And Rachel Wang is a U.S. national team player. So, ladies, you got your hands full the rest of the weekend.
Well,
Syracuse came to play.
Lin comes in strong. A lot of confidence. So hopefully that's a good sign going forward in this game.
Yeah, so M&T kind of has a secret coach, and that's their #1 player, Maria Castillo. She's been playing for quite a while, represented Colombia when she was younger, and very, very professional player.
Whatever advice she just gave her in between games got her off to a great start. Let's see if Yang can adapt. That could have easily been 5-0 right there.
Yeah, she's
It's a little bit off timing.
a little anxious.
There it was.
Practice makes perfect. Had a second shot at it and redeemed herself.
All that if at first you don't succeed and all that.
Yeah, I got that.
Oh, looks like she gave her own serve back.
She did. Oh, you serve this because you don't like it.
Very interesting how the tables have turned. All right, maybe I shouldn't have said that at a table tennis venue.
Yeah, they're turning tables. Oh, nice. Lyndon actually set that up pretty well. She changed it, rolled her, instead of pushing, she rolled it off the side. She got a high ball back, just didn't finish it.
Nice counter. So step around, just catches the edge, goes wide. She must be wondering, like, you're in control of the first game, and then you come out and you find yourself down 8-3. How does Zhang come back from this?
I don't think she's really going to have. Yeah, it was. She knows she can win those types of points. The long pushing rallies, she's super comfortable. The question is she can find another serve that's going to make Lynn miss again. Because in the first game, the magic was all in that serve that she could not return.
What a great forehand flip.
I didn't see that coming at all. That was not something that she had shown. She'd kind of pushed that back before, that long one.
Well, she seems to be so fluid over the table.
Yeah, very comfortable.
And just like that.
Boom. Look at that.
She was
11-5,
on the other
11-5.
foot. So obviously her coach in the corner gave her some splendid advice that helped her come back, win the second game. And this is where these emotions, they can change, the ebb and flow. And being in control of your emotions during the match is real difficult. You can be very high off of a big win like 11-5, start feeling unstoppable, and next thing you know, you're caught by surprise.
Oh, I mean, I think the biggest thing was right off the gate. Coming right off, boom. She came out of the gate really strong, very confident. And she never really got shook. You know, I think in the first game, she missed a couple of those first openings, or she did open the one time really well and got it countered right back at her. You know, she lost the point because, you know, Tang made a beautiful backhand counter. So her confidence in her attack is kind of shaky at this point.
Well, when you're dominating a player with a single tactic, okay, then they come out the
One
second
serve.
game, and all of a sudden, it's like they have the answer. It's easy to get lost for 3 or 4 points. Going, what happened? Like all you're thinking about is what happened.
Wait.
You need to be in the present.
Yep.
Like she was really hunted for that counterattack there.
Yeah, it's tricky because it's more of a side spin push than a pure underspin push. So she's not getting a lot of underspin to make that opening loop. That's why it's looping out. Great idea. Just racket speed is not quite enough to make it come back down. And that's just comfortable. Seems very, like, shaken.
Nice heavy underspin serve there from Lynn. And a fast backhand serve from Long.
The backhand pushes, both of them are really, really heavy.
Even though Tang lost that point, the touch there to change the spin on both of those pushes.
I like that Lynn is continuing to go for those shots. I mean, even if she loses this game, she's got to find her game. You know, she's got to find the rest of the tools. Got to get everything clicking.
Well, and then in the long run, if you're not, the more you take those shots, even if you're missing it first, it can help you get into your groove
Or
and
figure
warm
out-
up that specific shot. So if we go into a game 5 situation, the player that's taking more risk a lot of time has the advantage because they're kind of more in tune with their stroke.
That's absolutely brilliant observation. Nice. The depths on those balls. Woo. She really whips that forehand inside out, though.
Tomahawk. We're back into the pushing rally. Waiting to see who blinks first.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of what it is. It's like, do I really want to attack this?
And it's interesting that you can kind of have that players' agreement there
Right.
in the middle of the rally. Like, yeah, we're gonna have a little backhand war here.
It's crazy. They're both forcing the other player to make errors on a push.
And those are those little micro strategies that come into play where it's like, okay, that's how you want to play. I can play that too. Oh, very
Luckily for
fortunate.
Lynn.
Let.
Just brush the top of the serve, brush the top of the net.
It was there. The
Yeah.
inside out shot was there. And it's good that she went for it.
Yeah. Yeah, she needs to have that confidence to take that shot later on.
Well, Tane just has to pull one more trick. And she forces the deuce.
It's crazy how the flow of this game has gone. It's like one player is really on, and it forces them off.
Very nice setup there.
And she knows that she's been pushing all those serves back, so gave her the little topspin one.
Well, and it's great that she reserved it for this point in the game. You kind of have to have, if you've been telegraphing or playing a very consistent way, it opens up a lot of doors to do that.
Again, very committed on that shot. And that's what I like to see, but those are all very flat kills. That's the craziest point we've seen
A
yet.
little faster pace rally there.
Yeah.
There we have it.
Washington Lynn from MIT comes out victorious in that deuce game. Now she's up 2-1.
And we were talking earlier about this being the important must-win match. Her teammate, on the other hand, though, is also in that same predicament. She's down 1-0. But she's up in game 2. So both courts, court 1 and 2, looks like MIT has to pull something out in order to get to doubles.
And that would be an interesting situation because how they pair up is going to be pretty crazy. Because you've got the attacker with the playing with the dropper. So the break between games is now over. Coming back out to the table. Yaquin Tang needs to get this game to take it to the fifth and starts out with the serve.
It gives her opponent a little bit of applause there for that setup. She appreciated the tactics and execution.
Change the tempo on the serve.
She's trying to keep it wide into that backhand. Nice switch to the forehand side right
Yeah, she leaned on that forehand a little bit much. If she would have taken just a little bit more of a step, she would have been able to put a better ball into play.
You almost have to wonder if that's what Maria Castillo came in and said, hey, they can play heavy to the backhand and believe in it, stick with it.
Yeah, even there, that she got the tomahawk opening. You know, got the ability to open on that next ball. So Lynn looks a little rattled. It doesn't help that her opponent's like making good tactical changes. After all those underspin serves and topspin one.
Well, she pulls one off to hang back in there and tie it back up. Little bit of help there.
Gotta love that net, the equalizer.
That is not something you can do in this situation.
No, she
It
rushed.
just shows the nerves, and it's important. And there's a lot riding on their team in this match on her game.
What?
That stays in.
Wow. Usually mine's like, if I do that, it's like on the back. That's different. Consistent. Good night. Good height control.
And also very risky. You can tell she's trying to get a real quality serve in there tight to the net. And it pays off.
Total table control kind of game. Whoever gets the first person to take the step starts to move the other one around the table. Yeah, I like that Lynn takes those chances. Shows you that her upside's going to be, as she continues on her college table tennis career, it's going to keep getting better.
So that's good. Lynn just has point by point, take a breath. Trying to introduce here, and she pulls it off.
Oh, she smiled. She was like, yes.
I mean, that had to be a nerve-wracking point.
Applauding her opponent's decision to step around the corner and attack.
Well, that was one of the more aggressive lines of play that Yang's taken. counter to hang in there. The kind of tempo and pace seemed to be a little bit too quick. She wasn't quite in position to catch that forehand.
Yeah, it just clipped the top edge of the racket. Good positioning on the serve. So there we have it. She holds on to pull it out.
Oh, I mean, that
14-12.
extremely important to keep MIT in this match.
Absolutely. That might be the game that gets it to doubles, right there.
And her teammates elated, coming over, celebrating, and now they're gonna all make their way over to Court one to cheer on their last teammate.
Yeah, it's tight over there too, 2-1.
So we've had a lot of good matches on court 2 here so far.
Yeah, a lot of variety in styles, a lot of variety.
Some back and forth exchanges.
Yeah. And players that are wanting to win, that they don't want to lose. You know, they're playing really conservatively.
Well, great close matchups.
Yeah.
We haven't seen too many one-sided.
Yeah, the levels are really close together. So, you know, small little points here and there, you know, make huge differences in the match.
And I think the pleasure that we've had here is we're getting into the higher seating, getting onto the tables, and typically players at that level, they have all the shots.
Yes.
So it comes down more to tactics, the lineups, the tactics of the team itself, the tactics at the table, player to player.
And you can see, you know, that a 2-year layoff has introduced a whole brand new
field
of players to us. You know, some of the seedings of the teams, you know, consistently been the top seed is now number 3 seed.
Shaking up the rankings.
Yeah. You know, graduation and everything, you know, school's still happening, even though a lot of other things aren't happening. So, you know, it's a statement to the fact that table tennis is strong in America, where we can have, you know, a lot of high quality teams show up, high level of play. I mean, we've been fortunate to have in past years several Olympians in our ranks here at the college championships. So, you know, I always used to say, if you're in the area, come on down and see us, but right now we can't do that. I mean, I'm sure the folks here at the sports complex here in Round Rock would like to see you come in, but, you know, due to other circumstances, that's not the situation we're currently in. But we've been really blessed to be here in Texas, you know. And, you know, want to thank all of the people that make this possible, whether it's our sponsors or, you know, our friendships with different businesses and companies like DHS and Doublefish. You know, it allows the National Collegiate Table Tennis Association to continue to grow, even in the challenges that are
the modern day challenges.
Yeah. So we're adapting, and I'd like to thank some other people here real quick, and that's the Austin Table Tennis Club. You know, really good at bringing in their volunteer people. You know, I'm trying to think of the other club that was here, San Antonio. You know, these guys, you know, it's a trek for them to get here, but they came. So, you know, volunteerism from other club programs, it's, you know, what makes, you know, events like this very successful. And, you know, I feel blessed most of the time to get to help out and see some of the great table tennis matches we get to see.
Well, it's been great to see the students in high spirits, the volunteers in high spirits. You can tell that they've missed being able to get together, because some of these players, even from different schools, we're competitors on the table, but we're friends outside.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's nice to have almost that frenemy relationship with the other players, and being able to hang out outside but have fierce competition on the table.
Well, I always knew, when I was more of a competitive player, that these certain players, even though we were friends, pushed me to train harder, practice new things, and push my game to another level. So, that happens here at the college ranks too. Hey, some of these schools, they come here for the first time, they're wearing whatever t-shirts, that have the school name on them, because you have to wear a uniform, which is cool. Absolutely love it. But then the next year they come in, they have a coach. They all have good gear.
Investing in the team.
Yeah, they evolve.
The concept.
Evolve.
Yeah.
Yeah, they continue to evolve.
Well, and currently we don't really have much of another college outlet in order to play table tennis.
That's correct.
Yeah, this is where you'll see all of the best talent in the U.S. that's at that college age or currently enrolled in school. So sometimes we have the pleasure of having kids from the national team, the Olympians, that are actually playing in the college league. So lots of talent here.
The other part of that is how many international players we get. And I'm not talking just from, your powerhouse areas, but I mean, we get a lot of kids from Peru, Colombia, Brazil, Dominican Republic. It isn't just, Canada, just in the U.S. That's not who we, it's a wide, people want to come here not only to learn, whatever their technical learning is at the university, but also to give, their table tennis knowledge. You see some of these clubs come out of nowhere because one guy came in from like the second league in Germany and he pushes the whole level.
To excel.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really, really cool.
But sometimes it's even nice if you can have that caliber of a player to show up and kind of solve some problems that you've had on the table that you didn't even.
Oh, you didn't realize you had. Yeah.
So it looks like we have Yale approaching court 2.
Have you ever heard of that school before?
I don't believe I have. I think they're new this year.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yale University. Yeah, have to figure out where that one's at, right?
Yeah, very prestigious school.
Yeah, and I think the team they're playing, I don't know. I think I've seen their football program.
Okay, so yeah, this is a very NCAA-esque matchup that we have coming up to court 2.
Or none, actually, because Yale really doesn't do that much with football or basketball. But Michigan, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. And, of course, they're rocking the maize and blue. But, yeah, man, historically, that's been one of the more long-term programs in NCTTA. Because originally the core of the sport was based on the East Coast. So, Yale was one of the quote-unquote founding schools members.
For the whole program.
Yep. Somehow they always pull out, like, ringers somewhere. Maybe because it's, it's such a mediocre school to go to.
You're going to get us in trouble, right?
I know I'm going to get in trouble for that. But, no, I mean, they have a great talent pool to get their student-athletes from. And most of these schools, it's the same deal. I mean, the best and the brightest from all the universities, these kids are super, super scholars.
In something I've noticed around the table tennis community just in general, there's a lot of very highly intelligent people that play, whether it's at your local club or, the kids that are coming up. A lot of these table tennis kids end up at, very prestigious schools.
Yeah, I mean, some of our former colleagues have very successful careers in venture capital businesses and some other things, and it's always impressive to me just to meet them, not only because of how how bright they are academically, but the passion that they have for what they're doing and being here, raising the money, doing all of the events. It's refreshing to see the next generation, so to speak, coming up and taking over leadership responsibilities. A lot of them, when they graduate, become division directors, so that they can continue to be involved and help the sport grow. So, unlike what we've seen so far with a men's team and a women's team, this is a co-ed team. So we're going to see a mix of the players being, Tia Swa versus Nehemiah Yu. I mean, that's, a girl versus a boy in table tennis.
Well, it actually brings an interesting dynamic because typically men and women have different playing styles.
Correct.
And that can often create a problem for one or the other side.
Yeah.
Because you're not training against power as often when you're playing, against
girls fast.
But then the speed and tempo, that's why table tennis is one of those great equalizer sports. Whether you're young, old, male, female, like everyone has a chance to
as a
develop
table tennis
style.
coach, and I go and I do schools programs, and I always have these little challenges. Almost 95% of the time, it's the smallest little girl who wins because they're smart and they keep the ball in play.
Let me see if I can do this.
And they're quick,
One side.
Get this big, strong guy trying to overpower the ball. It's just a little ball.
Calling red. It's red. Your choice.
So it looks like Yale wins the toss and chooses to have the service. And
You're going to start on that side. Okay.
players are evaluating each other's equipment. Looks like we got a smooth battle
And
going
just
on
keep
here.
your towel in the same towel box. Don't flip it. Okay. The 2-minute warm-up starts now.
Linda Leaf giving final instructions to the players. So, Tia from Yale has represented the U.S. Out internationally as a cadet and junior player. So,
Look for some fireworks is what you're saying.
yeah. She's sporting her USA shorts too.
Maybe a little subtle flex there.
Yeah, psychological challenge to the other people. But it's interesting though, you'll have schools that have, not enough guys. So they'll get a couple girls. Or the
Vice
reverse.
versa.
Yeah. You'll have 3 strong girls and 1 strong guy. And they make it through to make it here to nationals. It's, not every school has, the 5 players that are required.
I mean, currently the school that I help coach at, Florida State, they have the same thing. Right now they currently have a mixed team, but in previous years past, they've had enough to have a men's team and a women's team. And so sometimes, as the years go on, your clubs, they grow, they shrink. You talked about people graduating, and because this is a club sport through the college system, you're kind of at the mercy of the people that exist in the population of students or the student body. So it it would be nice if we had scholarships that could recruit. You could see some really neat things going on even off season.
Yeah.
Trying to woo players in, you know, that would be neat.
Transfer portal. Oh.
Have our own little college draft pick.
Yeah, yeah.
You can tell she wants to get off to an aggressive start.
Yeah, it's almost like wants to send a little message.
Fantastic over the table play, but looks like Yu was ready for it.
We'll see how Mr. Yu approaches his service. He wasn't overly intimidated, though, by the Team USA shorts.
Had a little shoe tying time out there.
Very smart forehand.
It looks like this is going to shape up to be a very fast-paced play compared to the previous matches we've seen. Had a power game, had a defensive tactics, and now we're moving into a quick play.
So what I've noticed right off the bat is the placements are just really good.
I mean, Tia's got that kind of classical off the bounce, trying to take time away from Nehemiah in order to win her points.
Yeah, but the point she actually won with a big hook loop, and that was impressive. And then the placement into the body. Ball had a nice jump on the service bounce. So again, you've never seen these players before. They've never seen each other. It's like, how much time do you have to learn what the game structure is going to be? I think he just said, "I'll never serve that serve again."
Yes, that is exactly what happens when you get that response from a long serve. Like, we tried it, didn't work.
Yeah, put that back in the bag. Leave that one alone. Yeah, you'll see a lot of players do a lot of net serves because they're trying to keep that height so precise. And it hits and goes over, hits and goes over. The next one's probably going to be really nice.
Oh, nice half-long push there. Those are just as difficult as the half-long serves.
Yeah. If you value your hand, your racket, you know, it really challenges your aggressiveness. Look how quick Tia's body motion is rated contact. She really twists and torques her racket into the ball. It's interesting.
It's that short, compact strokes, very high acceleration, so you can produce a lot of quality out of a small motion.
And it
That's
doesn't give much read to it.
I believe that's also what allows her to be able to increase the pace and put pressure with speed and time.
he was starting to get stretched out, and he took the right time to take that counter.
And you can tell Tia's really trying to control the pace of the play in between points, holding her hand up, saying, hey, hold on, I'm not ready. And it's even little things like that keep you in control.
Yeah, yeah. And there, you know, she's just controlling the point with the tempo from her backhand. She's not letting Nehemiah get into big counter, ripping forehands at her. Placement's really good. It's either right on his elbow or wide on him every time. And that's how control players beat.
Sometimes when it comes down to who has the better game, it's really subjective. It's who can play their game more often that is kind of indicative of how the match turns out. Now this shoe tie looks like it's a legit shoe tie because they're waiting for the ball to come back.
I think there are newer shoes too. So
the laces might not be broken in.
Well, they might not be, yeah. And she didn't give up an inch of that table. A lot of time pressure.
See,
he had to take a deep breath.
See, she's backing him off the table.
Slowly, one punch at a time.
Ground and just pushing. You saw him take half a step back every shot, and he took another half step back. And then that gives her all the angles.
Yeah. Very, very just strong, concise backhand. I mean, very, very nice. Boom, boom, boom. You know, there wasn't any big wind up, crazy shots. I mean, her forehand's got really good power cuts. She takes it so quick. And Nehemiah's got his hands full. I mean, it was 11-9. I mean, it's a very well challenged match.
Umpires called time. Players return back to the courts. Game 2 is about to commence.
Second game, Michigan to serve, 0-2.
Man, she hit that corner of the table with that toss just perfectly. She's done that before.
Yeah. I think the nerves on Nehemiah's side are really going to be the part of this. So yeah, right there, it was a little bit loose. Nehemiah's a little bit nervous. He's trying to play too loose to not let it ever, you know, not let it bother him. But man, ooh.
Fantastic placement on that opening loop. We've got Tia up 2-0 on Nehemiah.
So he just shoved her serve right back to her. His little hook serve, shoved it back. Looked a little bit like there was more underspin on it than there was. telling herself to just slow down, calm down. It's a right attack, just overplayed. Good tactical change on the service.
So you can see Nehemiah getting a little excited, kind of getting some confidence by his showing there.
Yeah, I mean, he earned it.
It's a nice slow spin backhand, but she was ready for it.
Yeah, it was a positioning problem right there. I mean, for her, she's right on top of the bounce. So, you know, his smarter opening, same spin, same thing, just locate it more into her body.
Sometimes it's hard to find that transition point. It's different for many players. I mean, everything comes in as a factor, right? How long is their wingspan? How quick are their feet?
Yep. Where did they start from? How close to the table are they? The little net friend reaches up and grabs it. But Tia kind of dictated the tempo on that point, and I think net or no net, she was in a better position.
She's reading
his positioning.
It's that old strategy, hit it where they're not.
That should be. I think he's trying to hit it where she is, and she's ready. Keeps telling herself to calm down.
Well, in our event, it's interesting because you have players that help regulate themselves, and they're very in tune with their process. But as you can hear in the background from some of these other teams, we have a unique opportunity where the loud and proud, having your teams cheering for you can also kind of help, you know, push you through to play your hardest.
It's kind of a two-factor thing there. It like motivates you, but it also can demotivate the other player. Like, oh, why are they cheering against me? You know? Nice short serve. Coed totally caught him.
Yeah, you don't typically see high-level players dump pushes into the net.
He wasn't expecting it to be that short.
Well, he's still fired up, trying to hang in there.
I think he thought he lost that point, and he was happy that he survived it.
I think Nehemiah's game for the fast pace of play, serving long on the previous serve. You'd almost think he's giving Tia what she wants.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you want to try to spin it, but
Maybe he's looking for the setup on the powerful forehand. If I give it long, she sends it back. I can try and open strong off a top
she's keeping it. She's aggressive, so it's kind of not a great idea.
Yeah. But he wants to get that big forehand topspin. And he's looking for it. See if he can find it.
Maybe better to push. You have to do whatever it takes at this point just to get the deuce.
Tia with the serve has the advantage.
Yeah, she keeps flipping that inside, and he's expecting it to the backhand, but it's coming inside. So he keeps getting caught with his arm in the wrong position. It's limited. It's on the outside edge of the actual where he wants it to be. Can't say it's getting any tighter there. 9-9.
I mean, what does that make? 6 games in a row, won by 2 points?
Yeah.
It's
Can't say it's not fun here in court two. All the action is happening here. Well, actually, it's here in Round Rock.
the sports capital of Texas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You got it. If you saw this facility, you'd understand why we're saying that. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing place. The staff here has been excellent.
Incredible.
Excellent to work with. So if you're wondering where we're talking about, it's rrsportscenter.com. Check them out.
All right, let's see if Nehemiah can solve the puzzle that is Tia.
Ooh. She saw her racket flashing before her eyes. That was a perfect length. Perfect. She couldn't get underneath it. There was too much table in the way. He just said, what did I just think I was going to do? Awesome. Super aggressive with the return, but you couldn't get back out of the table quick enough. It's a problem when you play a fast over the table game, is getting over the table, playing fast, the ball comes back just as fast. Hopefully it doesn't come back. What nice placement.
Trying to kind of fish one out from underneath the table. It's kind of hard.
Chasing. Yeah.
Get that arc just right to get it
Her
to come
ball
back down.
really just got to the end and died. He couldn't get there.
He's having a little bit of a problem with that fast backhand, fast serve into his deep backhand. He got away with one there, and he knows it.
Yeah, she jammed him, and he reactively got his hand in front of it, kissed a little bit of net, and met the back edge.
I think Tia's been ready for those slow spin loops off the backhand.
Yeah,
Hasn't been seeming to have much success with them.
but his placement's the problem. It's the right ball, but it's the wrong location. Because she's ready for that, right in the middle. Her backhand is right there, boom.
Little chasing down the forehand. the backhand from the forehand side.
That's a lot of footwork.
It paid off. It worked strategically.
Yeah, because it does two things right here. One, she has a lead, but the second thing is it burns his timeout for later on. If he somehow comes back and gets this game, he now has no timeout. So if it gets to a fifth and there's pressure, he doesn't have any
way to alleviate it.
Yeah. She's effectively taking his coaching out of the equation right now.
All right, the players look like they've gotten their advice from their corners.
Yeah, it's always interesting how much of that 1 minute, you can use and be effective with it.
Well, yeah, you can only say so much, so you got to decide: is it technical advice, or is it just pump them up, try and make them feel more confident?
That's why it's critical to know your player.
Well, that's where coaching in NCTTA is vital. It's critical. And a lot of the higher level teams utilize it, whereas typically table tennis is an individual sport. Not everybody has a coach or someone to sit in their corner during matches.
Yeah, because even at our league, and at our club, I let the guys from Vanderbilt team coach because they need practice in doing it.
That was a great forehand from Nehemiah.
Very balanced. Because before he was going more power and she could just replay off of it. There he mixed it a little more spin into it. It made it a little bit more difficult.
Looks like he's just a little shocked at how that point played out.
He's like, it's exactly the type of point I want to play. Problem is she takes it quick, and she can suffocate it. She can just keep it from coming out to you. So if he steps back, she shortens it up a little.
So it looks like he's trying to up the power level a little bit.
Yeah, that was definitely...
It's worked twice now. So
foot to the ground there. That was good.
He's got to come up with at least 3 more of them to tie. Oh, using Tia's delay tactic against her.
Oh, she took a little bit out of that too to make sure it landed.
Finding some more success with that forehand. But I mean, at this point, he's only got 2 mistakes left.
Yeah.
Before the game's over, so. There's one of them. So you need to win 4 points.
Yeah, it's tricky.
It's her serve.
You
How
know what
aggressive
she's
do you
gonna
be?
do. You know
on the
what she's gonna
receive?
do.
She had a great strategy there, but he put just a little too much pace and spin to let her pull it off.
Exactly. That's where before he was just cranking it and she could just punch it. That one, it jumped up on her. Good job by Nehemiah making the adjustment.
save to keep the ball in play and
gets punished for it. That was a great push from her.
yes. I mean, nice direct line. Just sometimes they catch the top of the net. You know, you keep that ball down. It doesn't bounce as high for your opponent, so they have to actually lower their level, change their center of gravity in order to make a quality
Pull that
attack.
ball back up. Yeah.
And it brings the net into play more. So lower the ball is, you have to get it up over that net rather than direct to the table. So
Makes a different challenge with your body positioning, your hand positioning, and being able to control the spin enough to not screw it up.
we just finished up the first match for the Yale versus Michigan. And over on court 1, we still haven't seen the conclusion of Syracuse versus MIT.
It's gone to the doubles. And surprisingly, MIT is with this matchup
has the advantage currently.
Yeah. So if you can get over to our sister channel, watch.
Keep the action coming.
That's right. Go to our partners over there, Matt Harrington and Barbara Way. You can listen to their vocal stylings. So we're getting our next round ready to go.
Our umpire currently is just going through, talking to the players, making sure everybody's ready to start the next match. Kind of finalizing and wrapping up the previous match as well. So we got a racket inspection coming up.
So you can hear the rattling of the paper. They're just off screen.
So it sounds like they're going to take the players' equipment before the next match can start. Give it the good old sniff test, looking for those VOCs.
Yeah, checking to make sure that the rubber has met the ITTF certification, because I've actually seen people pull stuff out from that they got, 10 years ago. It's no longer on the list. It's no longer approved. And it's the last thing you want to do is come here with something that doesn't meet the standards, because they do change. Much like the double fish balls, the V40 ball is evolved from the 38 millimeter to the 40 millimeter to now the 40 plus millimeter. And so the V standard that they now have is, I like it. I've never really been able to break one, which was an early 40 plus size issue.
They were constantly cracking.
Yeah, very consistent in weight and
roundness.
Yeah,
It
I mean
used
that's
to be out of round in a high percentage when we initially made the switch to the new ball.
Oh yeah. I remember getting brand new sleeve of 3 very expensive balls and spinning them on the table to check for roundness, and I was like watching them just roll away from me.
Hurricane's just forehand, right? The Hurricane only on forehand, right?
Yeah.
You can hear the banter there between
I've seen people who dare use it every day.
the competitors talking about their gear.
Gentlemen, one side's blue, one side's red. Who wants to call it?
Blue.
He's calling blue.
Okay.
You know, one thing I really haven't
Red,
seen
your
much
choice.
of in this tournament is the
He
new
chooses to
colored
serve
rubbers.
first. You have your choice of end. He's going to serve first. You have your choice of end.
You would think that
He's gonna,
the
you're
college
gonna start on that
kids
end, okay?
would be more into or open to playing with the
Starts
new
now.
ITTF approved colored rubbers.
Yeah, I've seen one of the sponsored players, one of the Getty brothers, has like a bluish rubber on his backhand or on his forehand side.
And now that you think about it, like picking whatever the primary color is for your team, maybe having the whole team sport.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Like a navy blue for Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, that science of color change actually went down to them talking to optometrists about color blindness. And so that's why you have to have one side black. Always.
Yeah.
You can change the other side, but the one side always has to be black. Because if you're colorblind and you have different colors, it could appear to be the same.
Or the shades, yeah, are close enough.
So this is the top players from each side. This is Alio Solsas and Rohan Achara.
Michigan versus Yale. Michigan to serve first. 0-0.
Rohan with the big ripping, turning forehand.
Coming out with the big guns to start off the match.
Now this could be interesting. Could be a forehand versus backhand match. We'll see what happens. Will seems to have something on the forehand too.
So it looks like this match is going to turn out to kind of more of the classical
Power
short
versus
serve, trying to bait out the long push, followed by a big opening attack. I wouldn't be surprised to see some counter looping in the near future.
Yeah, these guys look like they get into that big counter, forehand to forehand counter looping matches. Nice save, but couldn't recover.
Well, one of the good things about our venue here is that we have the nice high ceiling, so might we see some type of lobbing play anytime in the near future?
Yeah, but I don't think from these
Not
two
from
guys.
these gentlemen. I'm just
These two guys
Eli
want
went
to rip
for-
it and rip it, man. This is
Eli went for the lob there when he was on the back foot, but that's what got my hopes up. It's surprising how much things can change in a short period of time. A lot of these students, they're playing with that side spin push.
Yeah.
A little more often than I'm used to seeing. Almost like the macros changed a little bit in the tactics.
I mean, with the bigger ball, the spin is different because the weight of the ball is a little different. So you can get away with some stuff with the side spin push that you couldn't before.
Great rally there.
That was
Great
some
rally.
nice shot making from both gentlemen.
That was shaping up to be a
Yeah.
counter loop and rally. So I have a feeling they keep getting there. We're going to have some,
Yeah, they're both going to get more comfortable with each other's attacks.
and we're going to see some big loop-to-loops.
Nice defense. Ron comes in with the side spin block there. Very good.
Just taking a quick towel break.
Yeah, at the pace they're playing, I mean, they're definitely. Wish I had a heart rate monitor on both of them, man. They're both cranking it up. Nice recovery off the net ball, but unfortunately, the next ball got a little high because of the net.
Oh, looks like we have an edge dispute.
Oh, they both.
The players both agree.
Both agreeing on it.
And the umpire obliges. So point, Elio. There it is.
There it is. Counter loop, counter loop. And as big as the court was, we almost lost a few barriers right there. That ball jumped so much and he ran at it so hard. They almost ended up in the concession stand area. They're really having a little war, man. It's pretty cool.
Elio looking for the counter loop and just slips off his racket. Ooh,
What
nice.
a body control shot. Man. He got down there for that. That was amazing. Very physical for a slight guy, man. That was a physical shot.
It takes some good leg strength to pull off a shot like that. That's one thing I'm not sure, you know, for people watching at home, whether you participated or not. I think the very first year I started learning how to play table tennis, one of the few things I remember about that first year, my legs hurt all the time.
Yeah, you know, I was a big bike guy. I rode my bike everywhere. So I had pretty good leg strength. But what killed me was the in and out forward. Putting the pressure down on my one side of, it kind of bugged my knee for quite a while.
Well, and even side to side, that's not a motion that we typically use in everyday life. So building up those muscles to support you in that movement.
Well, that quick burst to one side, the quick stop and burst to the other side is very demanding on your leg strength.
Well, these young gentlemen are pulling it off magnificently right now. Very exciting, fast-paced match.
Yeah, Rohan lets it go. I mean, that forehand's just tons of both topspin and side spin. It's amazing.
And the ball's still alive.
What a reaction. He didn't overdo it, and that's the smart thing to do. Ball hits the net and pops up like that. It's tempting to take a bigger swing at it, and he didn't do it.
Well, and it's tough because you don't know how the net's affected the spin or can react to the trajectory change. So it was smart to calm down and focus on it.
Nice flick opening, but
Aleil's
not rewarded.
running away.
Yeah.
Great counter loop.
Look at his body height. It's amazing. Nice and low. Full acceleration on the forehand.
I mean, they're both attacking and going for broke. Almost had a double happiness point there.
Yes, sir.
5-1.
That's the point of the day. Point of the day.
And I'm kind of curious about Rohan's choice there. I think if he painted that corner with the ball, that would have been great tactically, but it was a bit risky.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the first I've seen him do that backhand flip like that. I've seen him roll it, but I've never seen him totally flick that like that. That was very much a good decision at the time.
Wu tried to punish the popped up push, but misses just a hair long.
Well, every other time you've seen his body move forward, every time on the forehand, that time it didn't. He just stayed still. Nice.
I love the change of pace.
What a brilliant bunch of spin changes.
Very dynamic point there.
So when we first started watching this match, we thought, okay, two power players, and all of a sudden both of them have these great hand skills. It's very impressive.
Yeah, having both power and touch is hard to acquire, but when you have it, that's what helps make some of these players great players. I mean, it's almost two different styles of play. So to master them both.
Oh, yeah. Lots of time, lots of hours on the court.
Like a small misread there from Rohan.
Yeah, he's very aggressive on the serve return. Man, just all out, all in.
All In sounds like a great name for a table tennis rubber company.
Yeah, all in.
They're all going to be in.
That's right.
A lot of player called lets this match.
Yeah, they're seeing the net serves much faster than the umpires can actually call them.
Great half-long attack.
Really nice backhand rolls and attacks, counterattacks. It's, you know, the spin change from Rohan's caught him just a little, just enough. Makes really good decisions when he does. And when in doubt, Fesser.
So Allele walking away with the win on that one. Brings us up to a tied match so far.
Yeah, it's really been kind of like a tale of two types of games. Tactical awareness and power. Allele has enough power to hang with Rohan, but when Rohan was firing on all cylinders on that first game, it was hard to catch up. But once Allele got out with the lead, he played a very smart technical game and sealed the deal on game 2.
And it's important as a player to kind of be realistic with yourself, especially when you have a good loop. Like a lot of time you might want to get into challenging loop to loop. Like,
oh yeah,
okay, I'll show you how good my loop is, but it takes a smart player to realize when somebody potentially has a little more consistency or firepower and start mixing it up rather than get baited in.
I think Rohan's the power variations are what's really tricky because he can really rack it, but other times that we've seen that ball just turn, I mean, and jump away.
Yeah, it gets a nice clean side spin on that loop. Get that hook going.
And you don't see it. His stroke is so fast, you don't really see how much kick it has sideways. Oh, very, very good. He was like, pictured that shot in his head. Just couldn't quite pull it off. Counter loop defense. Oh, beautiful.
Looks like he was going for a big hook that just slipped off the paddle.
All fast serves are not what they appear to be.
Yeah, he saw something he liked and just misjudged it.
And they both agreed. It was late though.
Oh, the ball cracked ball. Jordan, get a little.
I bet you he did it when he hit the edge of the racket. And it's weird, you can crack it, like doing a counter loop like that, and you don't hear it. And you can even play a point and not hear it. But all of a sudden, you hit it on the right spot in that crack, and then it's like somebody breaking a sheet of glass in your head. Yeah, made him reach. Smart decision.
Testing out each other's backhand drives there.
Yeah, I think they both said, let's see what the other side looks like. I think they've seen all they both have on their forehand side. Ron took the risk and got out and stepped out. Interesting, he stepped in with the push on the forehand and then he stepped in and pushed with his backhand.
Rohan tried to amp up the pace and get that strong punch in there.
But the ball was a little too high.
Looking for it again.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't re-loop it with his forehand there. I mean, that's been his go-to when in doubt thing is use your forehand loop. Oh, nice flip.
That was great. Like rolling over the top of the ball shortly after the bounce, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, Rohan's that's his side, that forehand side. I think Alio has found some things that work, and it's playing across Rohan's body into the backhand. So the ball, instead of coming straight into him, is coming across from right to left, and he's trying to punch that ball, and the side spin is just killing it. I mean, he was a ton of backhand errors that cost that match. And it wasn't because the technique's bad. It's the opponent's doing a smart thing.
Yeah, Leo's trying to force him. But he's definitely found something, and he's going back to it over and over. And that's what you're supposed to do. And it's on your opponent's shoulders to try and figure out a way to make your new choice in tactics uncomfortable for you.
Well, you know, I live in Tennessee, so I go to a lot of the north, central. I've never seen the guy from Michigan before. Never seen him. I have to do some research when I get home.
Oh, he's playing fantastic right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Looked like it caught a little bit of an edge there. Changed the bounce.
Yeah. Because you heard him run apologizing for it. Which is cool. I mean, these guys, they know when they hit good shots. They know when they make mistakes.
Yeah. And it's nice that there's an etiquette. That counter loop.
That is crazy. We'll hit a really solid loop. And spin disrespect. Caught him.
Nice change of pace there.
Yeah, it's so few times in a match where someone serves fast like that.
even though Rohan had the answer there, Leo has been really good at catching those half long.
Oh,
or
yeah.
just those shorter balls
Yeah,
coming
to
off
open
the edge of the
those,
table.
that's super difficult to even open on those balls. And to make it that spinny.
And to even recognize them.
Oh, yeah. Just happens that he's throwing it right into the wheelhouse.
Great side spin.
Ooh.
That was tricky.
And it's really hard because it's such a clean serve.
I think Leo got away with one.
And
there.
he laughed. And Leo laughed and shook his head. Because he served it off the edge of his racket.
What's almost awkward, though? That was
amazing points there.
A great point, a great point. Well, I say it was almost awkward sometimes when you mess up a serve. That catches your opponent off guard. So even though it's an easy ball to attack,
Yeah,
they're not expecting
flat-footed.
it.
Yeah.
Where'd that come from? Oh, wait, I need to play.
Actually, I saw that here one time. The guy hit the edge of his racket. It hit the edge of the table. And the other guy hit the edge of his racket trying to return it.
Got Rohan on the back foot.
Yeah, good angle. Strong with the forehand. Totally kept Rohan pinned on it. Way to crawl back into the match. You know, didn't do anything super flashy. Just kept the ball consistent and pacey. And boom, 6-6.
It might come down. It was so close.
That was almost the full height of the ceiling right there. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, Leo asked for a little bit of leeway to wipe some sweat off the table. You would think Rohan would have had kind of a chance to compose himself for a second without needing the timeout. But, I mean, the game's on the line. It is close, so he just chose, you know what, pace of play is already stopped, so let's go ahead and take the timeout.
Yeah. Sometimes it's actually harder when your opponent does something like that to jump back into tempo. You know, that might be the problem that he's facing.
Yale to serve, 6-7.
And the backhand war. Just trying to redirect, go down the line. Usually if that lands, it's a winner.
Yeah, but if it's not your favorite shot, it can be hard under pressure. little bit of a miss hit.
Yeah, like a little side, like he was swiping to the side rather than committing to the forehand stroke. The good old rubber glance when you're not certain why the ball didn't bite.
Big sigh of relief should come right there.
Almost wonder if Rohan was trying to pressure Alil, maybe see if he can get him kind of moving a little quick and win a couple quick points to get back into the match. But
yeah, Alil was just a rock. He was a rock. The whole match, he was a rock. Yeah, so Rohan won some of the bigger, prettier points. But overall, you got to look at the end. 3-1. That's the important part.
Yeah, at the end there, I'm more used to players that are down trying to slow things down, and the players that are ahead trying to press on, play faster. So I wonder what Rohan, the tactic, and kind of switching it up.
Yeah, I would not have served faster into that kid's backhand, into Alil's backhand, because he was super comfortable with that. So I would have done something more awkward, probably in the middle, or told him to serve, you know, like a short hook serve to the forehand side. So at least that way you get to play from your forehand. You know, Ron's forehand's a brute. So let the forehand go.
So right now we have Yale and Michigan all square at 1-1. With only 2 matches remaining to decide the fate of doubles.
Yeah, and on court 1, that's the 3rd singles pairing.
Looks like it just finished up. I believe Yale is going up 2-1.
Yeah, because Alil won. And Tia won for Yale. And that was Brian Wong winning for Yale. So it's up to Michael Chen and Yishi Gao. I believe they will be playing on feature court 1. And the doubles will then be there also. Getting denied our fair share of doubles. Well, you're hearing it from one of our referees that everything's moving over to court 1. So with that, I think Mr. Logan and myself, Logan Zimmerman and Roger Dixon, I think we're going to go ahead and take a small break here and have everybody redirected over to the action on table 1. All right, thanks a lot.
check since it's been a while.
A little hard.
Stick my finger on the microphone to get it upset. Ew.
There's no chain on this?
Long?
Long, yes.
Okay.
Wait, is it normal rubber?
Yeah, normal. Normal. Okay.
Andy and Stephanie. Andy.
Andy.
Stephanie.
All right, red or blue?
Red.
You get choice of serve or side.
Sir?
Serve. Choice of side. Okay. I'll throw you the coin for the warm-up for the ball. So 2-minute warm-up.
It's a moment to pick up the ball. Wait, you need. Okay. It doesn't matter.
So here we are back at the NCTTA College Nationals 2022 edition. This is Roger Dixon, and I'm here with Logan Zimmerman. And we're here on court 2 with Maryland versus NYU. So Stephanie Zhang up 5-2 on Andy May.
Sorry.
Looks like Andy was having a little trouble getting started, and is now trying to play catch up.
2 points will help with that. Pace of play is pretty quick right now. She really wanted that to be a third in a row.
Looks very uncomfortable with the slow pace. She looks more comfortable at speed.
Andy's definitely comfortable holding her ground at the table.
Oh, no doubt. Got another modern defender on the other side of the table.
Great attack.
Which,
and now that lead's not looking so big.
Yeah.
She's got her team cheering her on.
I think she's found her rhythm a little bit better.
That's some mistake-free play with game point on the line. Almost had a nice block there to stay in it and save multiple game points.
So Stephanie made a good choice. She was using pretty much all her inverted sides. She flipped over and used the pips where she right at the end when she needed to. And it looks like Andy's a little more uncomfortable with what the pips ball does, and we'll see how she reacts in this next second game. She made a tear, man. She was really far down and then came right back and was right there. 1 point, get it to deuce. So it's interesting when you have a modern defender with long pips on one side. They're used to playing against right-handed players. So when they play a lefty, the lefty's stronger ball comes into play earlier. So it's interesting to see how Stephanie makes adjustments to the left-handed play. NYU team maximizes its time, the time in between.
Stephanie the serve. 0-0.
Stephanie with some real athleticism there to get that ball back in play.
And Andy's had some great touch so far this game in order to hit some nice clean shots against that long pitch rubber.
Oh, what a chop on the edge.
Those are hard balls to recover.
So you see the positioning change that Stephanie's made. Before she was staying more in her backhand corner, she's moved more into the middle, kind of helping to negate some of the left-handed play.
Stephanie gets a second edge.
Paybacks. Your edge, my edge, your edge. DHS edge ball.
Nice, strong, powerful smash there.
Just a little quick on the loop. Much better, but she didn't move her feet after she looped. She finished her stroke and watched. You gotta be ready for it to come back.
Got stuck in the middle. That transition point sometimes is very difficult to make the right decision. Sometimes it's just better to make a decision and stick with it.
Yeah, Stephanie's doing a nice job of transitioning from her defense to her offense. Yeah, it really puts a lot of pressure on Andy.
A very nice attack, very powerful.
Very dismissive on that return. Just, oh, goodbye. That's what happens. You get someone who's a defender, and you can pretty much guarantee how they're going to return the serves. Because they're going to be passive. So if you have some dead, fake other serves, shouldn't be afraid to use them. Nice backhand open.
Game 2 to Maryland, 11-6.
Landy started out strong, a couple weird things in the middle, and then just kind of never could get back into the groove. She's very powerful on those shots, and you know, she's just kind of struggling with her decision making of when to be powerful and when to make more spin.
I mean, she's definitely taken big swings at it, and you can tell that she wants to, when she hits a shot, she wants it to be a winner.
Well, their coach is a former collegiate national champion, and he's over there giving her some support.
I believe he's also a Kerry Cup champion as well.
Gao Zhenjun. Yes, he has won the Kerry Cup.
So lots of prestige on that side of the coaching aisle.
Yeah, I mean, New York's an interesting place. There's a lot of people to play, a lot of places to play, a lot of international players that move there and don't really do much else other than just hang out and, you know, do their businesses and play Pong randomly for fun. And they're world-class level players.
Giving you a little bit of last-minute advice even after time's called.
Game 3, Maryland leads 2-0.
The coaches can coach between points, but very few do because it's distracting. Trying to figure out a pattern. She's struggling to figure it out.
It's tough when you get to the third game, best of 5, and you still feel a little confused what tactics are going to work against your opponent. It's hard to commit, hard to stay confident with your strokes.
Yeah, it's tough. That ball was in an awkward spot. She had to jump up to loop it.
I mean, she is having a bit of success with that slow spin on the forehand. She had a great touch for it.
That was nice. Very well done.
Nice block.
Yeah, she baited her into kind of a topspin little counter there, and she won the point. Both players kind of lost where the ball went.
Maybe if she played that forehand even out wide to the forehand, she has a little bit more real estate for that ball to land. She's going to play the slow spin.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice to widen the court on a dropper. Yeah, it's hard when the opponent makes the loose ball. You know, she gets that extra little point in there.
Seen a lot of players utilizing that fast spin, just
yeah.
very sparingly, but to kind of get a free point.
And I like the backhand opening, but then she missed the backhand counter. Can tell she's frustrated with her. Stephanie's just calmly pacing herself through. But her backhand chop, Stephanie's backhand chop, very, very classical technique. Almost like a picture of what you see in the magazine.
Andy may have needed that to try and hang in.
Yeah, they all count. Just not enough lift on that heavy underspin.
The underspin ball over the table stroke seemed like Andy was kind of struggling to get enough racket head speed.
It's a little tough because of her height. Getting enough leverage on a ball over the table is tricky. So, you know, I would have been, as her coach, I would have been telling her to serve a little bit more out to get a ball deeper every time.
Yeah. Add a little pace to it, so that way it
a little
floats
bit
out
of
to you.
kick.
That way you can take the stroke from behind the table.
Yeah. I mean, spacing for one strokes is very important. A lot of my guys, you know, keep asking me, how come I'm struggling so much with my backhand? And I'm like, because you're in a forehand position, meaning that on the forehand, your body can be close to the table because you have a lot of room because you open your hips up. But on the backhand, you don't open your hips up. So you need to step away from the table more, give yourself room for your arm to actually swing through the ball. And that's kind of the problem that Andy was having. She was getting the ball up where it's uncomfortable, you know, over the table. Her leg strength gets defeated by it. You know, it's just got to get in.
So then one of the struggles might be then if you have a technique, a hole in your technique, now you have to bring the strategy into play away from, or try and attack balls out on angles that prevent your opponent from being able to attack your sticking point if you have a bad transition, or playing the longer ball like you were saying to get that receive off the table if you're not comfortable, you know, playing underspin over the table.
So while the umpires make sure they're getting the right players for the match, we'll take this moment to thank the people that have been helping us out for a long time, and that's DHS, and you know, supplying us with tables for the collegiate championships. They've been doing it for a while now. Really love the equipment. You know, not only does it look nice on TV, it plays really well. Also like to thank the guys at Double Fish who have been supplying us with the V40 Plus ball. It's really consistent. I mean, today was the first time I've ever actually seen one break during competition. I've seen them break in practice, but that's people hitting the table edge and other things. But today was the first time I've seen one actually break in competition. And again, I think it was after a racket edge, you know, on a really powerful shot. So, you know, Double Fish is doing a great job with their standards of quality control, and we appreciate them helping us out. Obviously, our biggest sponsor here, you know, with the facility, and, you know, that's the people here at the Red Rock Sports Center. If you have never heard of this place, it's amazing. I mean, it's like, I can't even count how many basketball courts are in here, let alone volleyball courts.
Blue, any preferred color? If you're right, you're going to be blue.
So we're getting ready for our next match.
Serve, receive, side? I'll serve. Serve? Which side do you prefer? This side? Perfect. You have a watch? Stopwatch. No, that's fine. 2 minutes.
So we're starting our 2-minute warm-up with Su Quingu and Sally Zhao. And we'll be So we're getting some little backhand warm-up finished up before the match starts here. So Maryland won the first game of the tie. So they're leading 1-0.
Game 1, Sandy serve, level.
Nice speedy point, quick counters.
And you could tell she really sped up the rally there. For that fast topspin serve, saying to her opponent, let's go ahead and get into this quick war.
It's kind of interesting because they're like trying to test each other's patience a little bit to see who wants to take the first risk. I think for both players, it's the first time on the big stage.
Looks like it.
And nerves may be finding their way into this match.
I mean, I'm sure you get numb to it after a while, but it's kind of hard to focus and think about the task at hand when you know
what's at stake for your team. You know, it's not just for yourself. That's kind of I like playing team events because it motivates me, because sometimes when I play, I'm like playing for myself. I'm just playing to have fun. But when I'm playing with my team, it means a lot more. So
because you don't want to let other people down.
That's right.
So you got the bright lights, the cameras going, spectators from other teams that may be watching the match.
And live
Photos
stream.
being taken.
I think they need to give Sally decaf. She's a little hyper.
Oh, she better be excited.
Oh, yeah.
She is on
She's
the
leading.
main stage.
Ball always above the service. Cannot get down.
So the umpire there, if you're serving, your tossing hand has to make sure the ball stays visible to your opponent at all times. Getting warned there by the umpire because she's dropping the ball below the surface.
Lost the point. He took the point. No warning. That's it's a clear violation. So there's no warning for that. Nice open.
Nice backhand.
Yeah, she's being very aggressive. It hurt her earlier. She missed a couple aggressive shots. That's why she finds herself down to 2 points. Ooh, she misserved and got away with it. Persistence pays off, I guess.
Well, we're all tied up now. Both players willing to engage in a quick pace topspin rallies.
Yeah, she's been on a tear since
Sometimes you hate to see it. That point was apparently worth many.
Many, yeah, that was a 30 point point.
But like, Yeah, sometimes you hate to see it when a player has a lead, the other player's gaining traction. All you're thinking about is like, hey, how do I slow them down? How do I prevent this onslaught? Maybe you win one good point and then a net ball or an edge.
Yeah, Sally seemed to speed up there for a moment when she started getting caught. And it led to Gu getting a few free ones from just the tempo. And so once the tempo stayed higher, so Quinn was able to, come back and win the game. If I was Sally, I'd be wanting to mix it up more.
Maybe making sure you take your towel breaks.
Yeah.
Before the point starts, do the whole, hey, I need a second. Raise your hand up. But obviously, like, with good sportsmanship in mind, don't take too long. But just say, hey, I'm not gonna let you push me
there's
around.
pace. Yeah, there's pace control. Yeah. Like right here. Boom. She's thinking. Yeah, the backhand open and just not being able to counter that back is giving Sally some trouble.
Looks like her team recognizes something over there, pointing, chatting. So they might have some extra advice to provide to her in between games.
Yeah, a lot of the positioning, because it appears that Suquin is very comfortable with that backhand over the table shot. So they may want to have her serve more to the forehand side. Kind of limit where that range of backhand play comes in. She's gotten away with that high serve a couple times.
Oh, that had a pretty nice little counter rally there. And Sally's just ready to go and serve.
You got to pay attention to where your opponent is. So Quinn has moved into the middle to serve return with the backhand almost every time. Got to make it go wider to the other corners now. Wow, nice fast serve up the line. Sally kind of stopped on that one. If she would have finished the stroke, she would have added some more topspin to it.
I mean, she went for her shot.
Yeah.
And I mean, these things happen, right? We've all lost 11-1 at some point. And you just got to kind of collect yourself.
Yeah.
Hopefully someone on her team will
It
tell her.
isn't like you can't do anything. She's getting shots. She's just not converting.
Yeah.
And it's not. I wouldn't be so discouraged, but yeah, I mean, she needs to move the service around a little bit more, because you see the backhand. She's standing in the middle, using that backhand flip return almost everything. Serve deep out wide to the backhand corner if she's standing in the middle.
And I guess her team would know best, or have an idea if she likes. Maybe she's playing that fast pace because that's what's comfortable for her. But you would think if it's not going her way, that somebody would suggest, hey, just between points, take a breather. Count to 5. Think about where she's standing before you serve. Don't just kind of go up and toss and serve the same serve over and over.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen her serve one backhand serve.
Game 3, ready, serve, double.
There you go. Made her open with a forehand instead of a backhand. Let's go, Sally. Keep fighting.
I mean, I know we love to see the game fives. The players probably want to finish it 3-0 as fast as they can, but we love seeing the game fives here.
Because then you see the actual technique of the players really come out. Because sometimes, you know, one player starts a little bad, the other player gets a little luck, and then now it's 3-0 and it's over. But yeah, she knows what she wants to do. She just has to do it then now. Look at that backhand. Yeah, she just takes that backhand. She's so comfortable with that backhand opening. Oh, wow.
Great
Inside out
read,
backhand.
actually.
Ball was well placed in her hip, and she still fought her way around it to get the wide angle. Nice job. Nice counter rally right there. Sally's hanging in. Good job.
She had to really reach out for that one. That ball was super close to the net.
And to hit it that aggressively with that wide angle, you're running on a table real quick. Good job. Yeah, see, I was smart. Took a little bit of a spin out of it.
You can tell.
Does there? Oh, I know that's their dance. Oh, Sally.
She read that one.
Nice job.
And I mean, that could be great confidence boost for her. A few more of those, and she's on her way to making this a 1-2 match.
Does not have an answer for that fast serve with the backhand. I don't know if I would. That was a good serve. No fear of playing hard, you know?
Well, even
play the way you want.
Sometimes even just varying the serve, even if you're a little bit uncomfortable varying the serve, you don't want your opponent to stay comfortable. So if you're a little uncomfortable, but you can make them even more uncomfortable by variation of spin and speed, it's good to search for.
That's twice she's done that same serve.
They are both
same result.
Fully okay with the long spins,
Oh, yeah.
the serves that come off the end of the table and allowing the opponent to attack and looking for the counter. They slowed it down for a little bit of underspin, pushing rally. Sally just barely missed the opening loop. Just like that. Point NYU.
They almost miss rackets. They're both so like excited to be here. It's like, oh my gosh, who's the coach?
Well, and nerves too, right?
Yes, now they're up 2-0. Oh, no, it's 1-1. Team score is 1-1.
Oh, my fault, my fault.
So on table one, we're in the doubles of the Yale and Michigan match. So winner of the doubles wins the team match. I think we're waiting for one of the ladies to come back from a little warm-up session in the back, because we have a whole practice area dedicated here where, you know, it isn't just the competition courts. So in the back section, you can go and warm up before your match without, you know, worrying about interrupting other people's play. So it's one of the unique features we have here at the NCTTA College Nationals, fully spaced away from the main competition courts practice area. Well, it's the Maryland team's all smiles and happy to be here. They're over there trying to get their next young lady ready to play. And the umpires getting ready to hand out the rackets. Yuting Zong and Arya Fokker.
You all are playing doubles if we need doubles? Okay. So, yeah, we'll need your title back.
Nice.
So Yuting is one of the doubles players, and the other one is Andy May for the NYU team. So you could hear the umpire saying that after the match we need to get your racket back so that we can put it in for testing.
Oh, fun. Okay, red or blue? Oh, choice of server side.
I'll do serve.
Okay, you want to serve? She gets to pick side. All right, who's going to serve? Which side do you want?
She tried to pick both there.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take the ball and the side. No, you can't do that. Very well done by the umpire. Yeah, you can't do that.
Have to throw the coin at the practice. Throw the ball. There you go. All right. 2-minute warm-up.
This warm-ups look a little more fluid than the other one. I think both players are a little more warmed up and more offensive-minded than the last pair. So no matter which part of the country you're from, you'll have a local college probably participating here. As you can see on the court, we have NYU and Maryland, but East Coasters, but University of Washington's here. I've seen the Texas Wesleyan teams are here. The guys from Florida are here. So no matter where you're at, you know, there's always something going on in the college table tennis world in your area. You know, if you have a favorite school, cheer them on.
And I think one thing that can be noted is that in order to get into a club league and to get into NCTTA, any college could start a team.
That's right. absolutely. I mean, I helped the guys at Vanderbilt start. Unfortunately, they missed the registration period for making it this year. But, you know, they'll be on track for next year. And we have to, you know, being in Nashville, Tennessee, we have to go to Georgia for our qualifying. If I started if you've ever been to Nashville, every street it seems has a university on it. So it's like I could probably get like 6 teams just in Metro Nashville because we have Belmont University, TSU, Vanderbilt. You know, we have a ton of schools right there. So MTSU, which is a pretty large school in Tennessee. Because Knoxville already, University of Tennessee already has a program. Unfortunately, I don't believe they had enough people to qualify this year. Right away, we see more offense.
And Aria comes out swinging.
Oh, nice serve.
Woo. Ari with a tricky serve of her own, but misses just off the back edge.
Yeah, your team avoided a costly error there. Powerful opening, but Aria countered it back beautifully. And your team gets the point with spin variation. Textbook third ball attack. Deep wide serve, countered right to the very tip of the point of the back corner or the forehand corner.
It's a very nice long push there.
Very tempting.
And Aria chose to push it back instead of looping, and sometimes the ball doesn't have a ton of spin on it. You can float them long. And it's almost kind of easy to mistake that because of how hard you push to get that fast pace on it. It doesn't really get the same amount of spin as maybe a shorter one that you
Can
know,
brush.
get.
Man, her little motion right at the end to change that from under to top keeps catching you, Tim.
Ting had a lot of racket speed to convert that, but maybe just had the wrong angle. She got it right that time, but Aria was waiting.
Yeah, it was really a powerful shot. Aria made it look really easy. This
And there isn't necessarily anything that easy about blocking a shot that powerful.
Not at all. She made it look easy, though. Ting's got a long way to go. Starts right here with this 1 point.
Time to go back.
Yeah, she was questioning her footwork on that. She had her hands right, but her feet weren't.
And I mean, she looks athletic enough that she can play a very fast attacking game and potentially play an all forehand game.
Yeah, she could. But Aria's been really good about service variation and being ready to counterattack or even just block. You know, a quick hard punch on the punch block has won her a couple points already. So you know, Yuting's probably being very like, I wouldn't say cautious, but just not very secure. Yes, hesitant's a great word for it, on when she can attack. And when you're not making that, hey, I'm going to attack decision.
Well, the game's so fast. Yeah. You know, so any slight hesitation and lack of commitment can cost you the point just as much as making the wrong decision. So sometimes it's important to just have a strategy and stick to it. And then over the long term, you know, adapt your strategies.
Well, a lot of that too is getting comfortable with what your opponent does well. You know, once you get comfortable with it, you know, it's not as bad.
Or even finding a way to direct the play away from those
strength points. There are times she pushed a little bit shorter than she had been.
That was a good serve and a good read, both. She
That was
switched it at the
fully
last
committed.
second, yeah.
And she fully committed to that backhand flip.
Yuting saw it. Great patience to wait for that good touch block back off the net. Because we've seen some other players in the past, they see that ball and they're excited. Oh, I can smash this, and maybe have an unforced error. Indecision, changed her mind.
Yeah, it was going to be too short. She wouldn't have been able to loop it anyway. Almost pull off that shot block.
But Ari had that same serve that she kind of got punished for earlier. Yeah. But this time, Yuting didn't read it right.
It almost looks like she's like not too afraid of the opening. And like she's okay with blocking it, but that's the second time she's blocked it and lost the point. Sometimes just making the movement like you're going to step around forces an error by your opponent.
Looks like the Maryland team is coming over for support. Starting to stack the stands.
Hey, it's always a good idea if you can do it.
Maybe potentially pressure the NYU team.
She changed it. She'd be giving her the side under and gave her the side top. Now, you wouldn't think you'd do the same serve twice, but she did.
She got away with it.
Yeah. Oh, she softened it a little, actually.
Oh, yeah. It's almost like the reason it can work is because you know they're expecting it.
Yeah.
And hoping that they'll think there's no way they do it twice because I'm expecting it. More often than not, it doesn't pay off, but sometimes it does.
One too many times. Because there she did it again. And Aria was ready for it. Very solid open on that ball. Wasn't a very high push, but decent spin.
Looks like we have a timeout call.
It tells you, you know, you want to not get behind. You know, she wants to stay even in matches, and you know, it's critical. When you're only going to 5. Now, if this was 7, he wouldn't have called that timeout. But with the lead, you need this game.
I mean, she's only got to make 2 really good plays to pull it off, too. So,
yeah,
having the coach that she has in her corner,
he knows her. So he can tell she's nervous.
And even watching the match play out, he may have seen a few things subtly that she did. And as a player, it's easy to get tunnel vision, even though you're thinking, right?
Oh,
but there's things that you miss that you could visually pick up on that sometimes your coaches and teammates will see that you didn't even realize were happening. So let's see how it works out. 1 down, 1 to go.
And serve. But so it's actually a good timeout. Because you got to break her service momentum. Now you come back and you're on serve.
She had 2 chances to pull it off and only needed 1.
That was super risky by area, though. Stepping around the corner to go into the backhand. And she didn't break the sideline. She took it into the meat of the backhand, which gives you the angle to block it up the line.
Sometimes if you're going to go wide, you have to go wide of the corners to force your opponent to stretch out. So 1, it brings the ball back in your direction on the block. And 2, you might be able to force a slightly lower quality point or shot back out of them.
Yeah, because you don't want to give somebody an option of blocking inside or outside. And that's what happens when you attack right inside the corner of the table.
Down the line's more viable.
Yeah, just get your racket in front of it and it automatically goes straight up the line. But if you break the sideline,
it has to be coming back in your direction on some level.
Yeah, you got to get the,
even if it's only a couple inches or 6 inches, it might be enough to get your paddle on it and stay in.
I think afterwards I'm going to take the umpires to the gym. Give them a little workout. Get that arm, shoulder motion.
Might be faster to work on trajectory.
Maybe. Point of release.
Technique can sometimes make all the difference. Apology out of Aria, caught the top of the net.
Yeah, she has a nice position with her elbow on her backhand opening. So the ball, she really whips it around.
Kind of curious, that ball came high to Yuting's backhand.
She wasn't prepared. She did not see that ball getting popped up like that. Like it hit in by her hand, like in the very base of the racket. It's Aria's kind of point.
It's 2 in a row. Aria's attacks go just a little bit long. match is
the
all tied up.
ball was a little less pacey, but a little spinnier on both cases.
Great recovery off the net ball, but just couldn't follow it up with the forehand loop.
Yeah, she tried to drive it too much. She just needed to place it. She didn't need to do it with much tempo at all.
Ting seems to have found her stride. Real tricky, a little bit risky, but inside out backhand flick.
So it's a little dry here. So sometimes the players are just uncomfortable. Take a little extra time to prepare to play. Very good point play area. She likes that. She thrives on those quick counter rallies right there. Good idea, but bad location. Give her a half pace ball, but don't give it to her backhand. Aria's backhand's proven throughout this game, so through the match, it's solid on opening on the ball. Double bounce after the net. Always good. Well, guess she wanted to teach the ball a lesson. That's what you get for rolling over the net.
In this game is just going back and forth. We're tied all up. See, that's the second time Ting's opted to push that high ball.
It's to her backhand.
So you think instead of stepping around, maybe her idea is to step around instead of taking a backhand loop or punching?
Yeah, I don't think she's comfortable with the height of it. It's almost above her shoulder.
High balls are tough on the backhand.
So to her, it's a safer play. Get it back on the table and work in the forehand attack.
I just wonder, you can give your opponent the initiative by pushing back. Yeah. And luckily, Aria hasn't attacked. She's sent the ball back and given Ting the chance to take the step around forehand.
It's actually really good placement on Aria. She works her inside out, then comes back into the inside.
I mean, the way this game's been going, I wouldn't be surprised to see deuce here. They're both fighting. But that's not the way it's going to pan out. So Aria wins game 3. And we have Marilyn up 2-1.
Yeah, that was a pretty good power show right there from Aria. She dictated all of the bigger, stronger points. She's just going to be more, careful at times where she opens, because she's opened right into Ting's counter. Sometimes you take a little off, make it turn a little bit, do a little, and then the other person isn't so apt to just punch away at the counter, so to speak. And with Ting, I'd like to see her move her service game around a little bit more. And if you're uncomfortable with the high ball to your backhand, you take it earlier. When you see that ball coming there, kind of anticipate it being up high, come in and take it earlier. That way it's not up at your shoulder height, where you're not sure what to do with it other than just cut it back.
I mean, it seems like Aria thrives under that faster pace.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think I've seen Yu Ting try to manipulate with her blocks. Like, she's going back there doing, you know, counter drives back and forth, but maybe throwing a couple blocks in there and kill some of the pace.
Yeah.
And see if it throws her off and dumps it into the net.
Yeah, soften your hands up a little bit. Yeah.
And this is how, like, some of the first game tactics, you know, you try and get that out of the way early. Oh, hey, it doesn't work. She's actually pretty good when I slow the pace down, so I'll just keep playing my game.
Yeah, you let her do that little pivot step and swing the forehand, you're going to get in trouble. She actually rushed the backhand. Nice opening. Aria was a little too quick to try to finish that point.
Yu Ting's off to a hot start.
And it's all coming off of variation. A little bit of power variation, a little bit of spin variation.
Nice recovery, but she kind of overran that ball, didn't recover her footstep back to the backhand side of the table. Was kind of caught out of position on that last shot by Aria. Nice strong attacks.
Yeah, she took that right off the top. Really put the pressure on Aria.
Caught her looking with the serve. Not quite as much spin as she anticipated.
That should have been a forehand. That's her shot, the forehand right off that serve.
And it's not that Aria's serve isn't working. Yu Ting has popped it up in an attackable height twice in a row.
But it's awkward. It's like right in a really weird position for Aria. She doesn't feel like it's a forehand. It is a forehand, but she doesn't feel like it is. Because I don't think she trusts what the spin is. She isn't quite sure. There, she knew exactly what every spin was. We've seen bigger comebacks. See, that's what she needs to do with that. She steps around and hits it. It's really clean. She does it very well. Woo, high risk, high spin serve. Guess what?
What?
It's a fifth game. I can't believe it.
Who would have imagined?
Unbelievable. Inconceivable. I don't think that's what that means. Let's go on. So if you haven't been paying too much attention here on court 2, everything's been deuces and in the 5th. So we're not surprised to see this make it to the 5th game. I think the Maryland squad is feeling the pressure a little bit. Because I think they're just a little bit younger. They have a little bit more seasoned players on the NYU side. Aria just punished the net, which punished the edge. Very high level point right there.
Yeah, they both had great positional presence and good footwork.
Just a little spin variation on that point. As Yu-Ting carried that out the end of the table.
Just cut the stroke off a little short. Wasn't fully committed. Look back at her coach. He gave her a nod of confidence.
When it rains, it pours. You know, a little net and able to finish the point. No, it's just a.
No, because I started on that. Oh, wait. You're right. No, 4-0, I started. Yeah.
So
it's confusing at times when in the 5th
when it
game.
rotates, yeah. Because you switch sides, but the serve stays with the player.
Correct.
Some fast footwork, but wasn't quite there in time.
Gosh, definitely gets her feet there. Sometimes the hands are just lagging the right positioning.
And Aria is getting in a groove. She's feeling it. And right now she's seeing everything that Yu-Ting's doing before she does it. This is what we call flow state.
Yes, flow state. Kasha keeps her feet moving, her legs are moving, and she's just.
There we go. Yu-Ting putting a little bit of pressure, able to win that point. I mean, she's got to go for these. I know she only has a few points to work with, but it's better to start playing the full court pressure earlier than later. Because right now she can afford to make 2 mistakes. And there's one of them.
No, so let's
let
serve.
ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Luckily.
I saw the late umpire in.
Oh, she got there, but she couldn't control it. That's tough when it hits the net like that.
Especially given what's on the line right now.
Yep.
This is one of those times where you're fighting as hard as you can to try and get back in this match, and you get a net ball. It feels like the whole world's against you. fantastic opening, but Aria gets there for the block, the money block.
Well played. Very, very good job.
I mean, it doesn't matter who's winning this match. These have been some high quality rallies.
Yeah, the last few points have just been really, really good.
And I'm sorry, doesn't matter for us as viewers.
Yeah.
But it does to the players.
Yeah, yeah. Look at that. She sprinted back there and got the ball, even though she lost the match.
I mean, that's like
That's
good
crazy good.
sportsmanship, you know, great attitude.
Yep.
Looks like she's just happy to be here.
Even though she lost the game, she's a winner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, having a positive mentality like that's how you win a life, my friend.
That's right, man. She's on the right pathway.
Yeah.
Good sportsmanship. That's as expected here at the college championships. I mean, everybody's here to have a good time and play as hard as they can. And as you can see, it's been out on the court. I mean, every game's deuce and 5 and going into the 5th.
Yeah.
It's just been crazy.
Even on the schedule, you know, I was told by the production crew that we're backed up a bit because we've been having so many matches going to doubles.
Yeah, it's usually, you know, in the first few stages, it's, you know, strong enough where, you know, there's one team that's going to pretty much get through pretty quickly. We haven't had it yet. Not at all. The quality of play, totally outstanding. Like everything else here at the Texas Sports Capital and Round Rock, you know, the play's quality is speaking for itself. And you would expect no less from a college national championship, no matter what sport it is. And here in table tennis, you know, the small things always matter. And, you know, that's why we go into great detail in, you know, providing the best equipment for our events and the flooring. So, and the production quality of the guys. And that's the killer is these are all volunteers coming here to put this on. You know, all of the production guys, they're taking time out of their lives to come and do production work. If you've never done that, it's a lot of work. You know, running all the cameras, doing all this stuff, putting all this stuff together. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. What a very focused group of volunteers can do.
You said it, Roger.
Don't tear up on me, man. It's okay. It's all right.
That's why I can't speak. Having a hard time holding back the emotions. It's nice to see, though, that there's an outlet for the athletes. Many of these players start off at a young age. They play in the singles events through USA Table Tennis. And when they get out of high school age going into college, a lot of the time it's, well, I need to start thinking about my career choices and career path. And the neat thing about NCTTA is you can kind of do both. You have your extracurricular activities and your degree, and you can kind of have a place to take those table tennis skills instead of quitting. You know, we've seen so many athletes over the years, you know, choose college over table tennis.
Right.
But
And
this
now you
gives
can
them an
blend them.
outlet.
Yeah. I mean, that's like me. I did, you know, different sports in high school. And when I got to college, I was like, yeah, I'm not good enough to compete at this level. What else can I do? Because I'm still competitive in nature. And so we had a little club going. You know, it wasn't even a club. It was just a bunch of guys that met during different lunch periods. And we started playing a lot more frequently. And I organized the whole club. You know, and it's given me a different career path. I've done a lot of different stuff in my life. But, you know, I coach. I play. You know, I mentor other players and other coaches. And, you know, it gives me a chance to give back for those times in my life where I got that outlet through the sport. So things are going to get a little more heated here as we start to get into our championship elimination rounds of the men's doubles. We are going to finish the entire men's doubles program today. So, you know, coming up, we're going to have Texas versus NYU. And you'll see there is an Olympian not playing in this event, but he is part of the NYU team, and that is Tom Fenn. And so
I thought I saw Tom out there.
yeah, Tom will be here cheering on his two guys, Calvin and Allen. So it's going to be interesting. Well, we're waiting for those things to get ready. Again, thanks to DHS. If you haven't seen our tables, they're pretty unique, flat black tops with gold underlay carriage. Really thankful that they're able to help us out with this, and then Double Fish supplies us with balls for the event. You know, the main thing is that the NCTTA sees the value in investing back to host the championships for all of the students. So, you know, if you want to talk about investments, it's all of the board members and volunteers for the NCTTA that makes this event what it is, and it's unique. You don't